Good Friday evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park here in beautiful Campbellville, Ontario, as we kick off an exciting weekend. Our first full weekend in the month of June, and we have got plenty to offer up as we gear even closer to our signature event, the $1 million Pepsi North America Cup. We'll play host to that 1 week from tomorrow. We'll know the field of starters after tomorrow's program, but we get elimination started here tonight as part of an 11-race card on a lightning-fast track, 23 Celsius, 73 Fahrenheit. It's been hot throughout most of the week and really supposed to heat up next week. Southwest wind at 18 clicks will make things feel just maybe a little bit nicer out there as we're inside of 45 minutes until post time on this Friday night. As I, Chad Rosemont, welcome everybody inside the announcer's booth. Excited to be back to call the action as, the anticipation continues to build into our huge stake event, the Pepsi North America Cup. But plenty of eliminations required tomorrow for most of those stakes finals. But tonight would have been the Armbro flight, which is going to go straight to the final with 11 mares entered. And then we've got also the good times with 2 eliminations required for those 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters here tonight as part of this 11-race card. Standing by in studio and excited to talk about everything and look ahead as well. We've got Randy Waples with the return of John Rallis as well. They've got plenty to get to, so I'll hurry up with the changes and we'll head down there in just a few moments. Race number 1, early pick 5 gets underway, guaranteed at $75,000. And in the opening leg, number 7, MC. We'll go steel to aluminum up front tonight. Steel to aluminum shoes on the front of 7MC. Also eligible, number 11, does not draw in. Race 2, no changes. Third race to kick off our early pick 4, all clear. Race 4 is where we start the pick 6. It's the first Good Times elimination. Thrilled open trotters, field of 9 in the first elim, top 5 advancing. Number 3, Mass Deployment, blind to blinkers on the 3. The 4, I Am, will go Can't See Back to blinkers on the 4, I Am. And the 6, Green Arrow Hanover, blind to side rolls on number 6, Green Arrow Hanover in that first Good Times elim. Tonight's 5th race, no changes. Race number 6, the second Good Times elimination for those 3-year-old open trotters and the start of tonight's late pick 5. Field of 9 here as well. No changes. Race number 7, number 9, Dream Fair Diamond. Steel to aluminum up front. Steel to aluminum shoes on the front for 9, Dream Fair Diamond. Race 8 to start the late pick 4. A couple of scratches. The 5, Amicable, and the 6, Chucky Bovino, both scratched. Take out 5 and 6. The also eligible not drawing in. So we're down to a field of 8 there in the start of the late pick 4. Race 9, no changes. On to race number 10, all clear. And the high 5 finale, carry over more than 93,000. Just a shoe change on the 1, One Last Wish. Flip-flops to steel up front. On number 1, One Last Wish in the Friday night finale. That's it, just a handful. Enjoy the stakes action as we kick off Pepsi North America Cup Elimination Weekend here at Mohawk Park. 42 away from the first of 11. Downstairs we go. Here's Randy and John with the Friday edition of Woodbine Racing Live.
Still the best, 19 in a row. Campbella.
Down to the wire. Amity Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Sounding somewhere.
Yeah, motivated on focus.
They're up and pacing.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated on focus.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Here on a Friday night of action here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. I'm excited to be back in the thick of things, especially what's in store for the next couple of weeks. But I'm also excited to have my Hall of Fame co-host Randy Waples alongside me. We talked about this throughout the course of the winter. We've been talking about this for so many months, and tomorrow's going to be a limb day, and then next week's going to be where we get a chance to decide it all. And you got a chance to drive in the NA Cup, Randy. Obviously, multiple times you've gotten a chance to win the NA Cup as well. You just get so excited as a fan, especially this year more than ever?
This year, I mean, it's really bringing a lot too. I mean, the year I had to, in 2008, I had to race against, another pretty good horse, Some Beach Somewhere. That was pretty exciting watching him, do his thing too. And now, I always actually had to compete against him though, you know what I mean? So you can only like him so much because, but now there's no competition whatsoever, with me. So I can just sit back and, watch. Right at this moment, probably, one of the greatest horses that we're ever going to see. And maybe when the year's over, he could be the greatest horse that we've ever seen.
Yeah, there was a nice hit on him on CTV.
Oh, that was
a
awesome.
Really nice hit. And obviously, Doc kind of confirmed that this is going to be his last year of racing, assuming everything goes well for his stallion career, which we're hoping for. So we just kind of got to soak it all in and just enjoy these great horses. That's the one kind of sad thing about 3-year-old horses that have a lot of success. We don't get a chance to see them at race at age 4. I understand there's a lot of money, obviously, in the breeding industry and whatnot, but I just love seeing them come back at 4. So, but with Bojangles, we're just going to have to appreciate what he does, and hopefully he can continue to have the success that he's had so far.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting is when he's done his 3-year-old year, because, how many more of the other, unless he gets beat up real bad, how many more of the other ones can go right to stud?
Yep.
So then who takes over as a 4-year-old? Which 4-year-old comes out and can, go with the top aged horses with Bojangles out of the equation? That's going to be, to me, an interesting thing. Who takes the mantle when Bojangles is gone?
Yeah, it's fun. Like I said, with some fertility issues, unfortunately, a horse like Captain Albano, who was set to stand stud, he had to come back at age 4. Now he's getting set to, he's racing at age 5. He's actually, I believe, one of the contenders in that Battle of Lake Erie. What a great field that is tomorrow night, also at Northfield. But he's picked up right where he left off as a 3-year-old. I mean, he's done some really, really good things as an aged horse. So again, I understand the money side and the breeding side because there's a lot at stake. But we love the sport. We love watching these horses compete. So, it's kind of give and take, right?
Yeah. We got to see a real wicked roll with Foiled again.
Yep.
He was a gelding, raced at a very high level for, 4, 5, 6 maybe, years. And, that was about as good as we're going to get because, like you said, when it's a stud, the minute that they show, a superior ability, the money's to be made in the breeding shed, not on the racetrack. Not to mention the fact there, too, that a lot of people don't take into consideration as well. Like, the worst thing that it could happen is, say you had a Bojangles and you decided, hey, I'm going to bring him back as a 4-year-old, and the horse gets hurt on the track. And then now all of a sudden he's not a racehorse or a stud anymore. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I don't know. It's going to be real interesting in 2 or 3 years when we get to see his offspring.
Yep, absolutely. And but let's enjoy it for watching him right now because we're going to get a chance to watch him obviously tomorrow night and hopefully next week when the big doe's on the line. And let's look at these elimination fields, though, Randy, because a lot of chatter with how these shook out. And we're going to look at the first elimination here, race number 7. Morning line favorite's going to be the 6-horse Sweet Lovin' Lou. As we've kind of already known what we've heard and seen, 2 very different eliminations, one a lot more loaded than the other one. But I tell you what, there's a lot of parity, and I think that there's a lot of opportunities for several of these colts to, assure themselves not only a good post, but get the job done tomorrow night.
Yeah. As an industry, we're a little bit disappointed because, the 3 or 4 big dogs all got in against each other. But I'll guarantee you the people that have these horses, they're really happy with the way the draw shook out because a lot of these horses, if you take, say, even 2 from that group of 4 in that other division and bring them over here, that's 2 less spots, that a horse can earn his way into the final. So I think that they're real happy with the way things are.
Yeah, I think the legacies have to be really happy. And James, of course, with Sweet Lovin' Lou, where he draws and how he's coming into this elimination.
Which way you going?
I did go. I like Sweet Lovin' Lou in that
That's
elimination.
Where I
Honestly, I think this is a spot. I got a chance to speak with James McDonald as well ahead of his lineup this weekend, and he kind of mentioned, look, this is a spot where I can be a lot more aggressive with him. He's had to drive him a certain way because he's been so strong in the mouth throughout his young career. But Randy, you and I both know that's a colt with a lot of speed.
Yeah. Now, did you see anything else in that race there that would make you believe that somebody else could potentially be sitting on a huge effort?
I don't know if you're maybe alluding to a horse like Windor adding Lasix and
and Dexter Dunn.
Yep,
yes,
absolutely.
I think that is 2 really substantial things right now. The Mighty L, because in my own opinion, I think that this horse has been crying for the Mighty L for a while. Now he's going to get it, and he picks up the Double D. So, very interesting that the way that things are shaping up for Windor.
Excited to watch Israel blue chip compete. I know this is a horse that was just a runner-up in his New Jersey Sire Stakes final. Such a good effort there. Besim Odds is going to be training this colt. Besim actually got a chance to look after Confederate, especially during his
He knows
Superstar
fast
campaign.
horses.
He knows fast horses, and he got a chance to obviously work for Brett Pelling for a bit of time as well. So Besim's a pretty sharp dude. I'm sure this is a huge opportunity for him to get this chance to compete in the NA Cup. But you know what? Speaking of opportunities, you got No Wait List, another local standout here for owner Tim Dickinson, and obviously Who Let the Dogs Out. I know he only has one win to show for it, but how good has he been racing all throughout this year? These are some tough competition that he's been racing against, and I think he's raced just fine, really well actually.
Absolutely, you know, and like I said, a lot of these horses are, you know, Ontario sired horses. No Wait List, Who Let the Dogs Out. They're both Ontario sired, and they get away from Bojangles. That's the other thing too. It's not just about money. Sometimes, as if you're the trainer or the owner or the driver of a you know, one of these kinds of horses that maybe aren't at the level of a Mamba or a Bojangles, you need to get confidence into your horse, and the only way you can do that is to get away from some of those Bearcats, you know, and this right here could, you know, spring another horse kind of loose.
And that's why I think it's going to be such a good elimination, this one as well as the other one, because everyone's going to look at the opportunity and say, okay, we're not racing against some of the quote-unquote top colts in the division. This is our opportunity to not only notch a victory, get ourselves a good post, and you know, maybe do some good things in the final potentially as well. And Al Papi, he's got a good draw as well. This is a horse that really hasn't been raced all that much over his last couple of efforts. I know he's maybe not touted as one of the top Burke colts that he's got, but this is a colt that could be sitting on a big effort tomorrow night as well.
Yeah, he was a heck of a nice 2-year-old. So, you know, it's good that he's come back the way that he is, and you know, just an interesting lineup. And the biggest thing that I think that comes out of here, because it's so evenly matched, it has to turn into a driver's race.
Yeah, without a doubt. So I'm really excited to watching tomorrow night's elimination, but I'm extra excited to watch the second elimination, as we all are. And look, when people saw this elimination shake out, when the entries came out, when the draw was complete, everyone said, wow. I mean, what else could you say? Highly anticipated matchup between Odds On Mr. Mamba and Bojangles was the, you know, obviously the matchup everybody was clamoring for. We are going to get that matchup in an elimination. The added wrinkle, though, Randy, is Dexter Dunn goes Brandon Boulevard, and you know, I think he's going with the best horse in my opinion, but I'm curious to hear your thoughts on this elimination as a whole, as well as Dexter's decision.
Well, I mean, you know, Dexter's drove them both, so I'm not going to go against what he has to say. I mean, the way I would look at it is Brandon Boulevard, number one, he's a stud, a colt, so you're probably going to get a little bit more energy as the year goes on. You know, he's going to be able to take the beating a lot better because, you know, he's got the testes there. But Brandon, the other thing with Brandon, he's a proven Grand Circuit winner. He's won at the Grand Circuit level, you know. Obviously, Bojangles has also won at the Grand Circuit level with the Metro and the Breeders' Crown. The one that hasn't won at the Grand Circuit level is Odds On Mamba, who the biggest thing that he's bringing is the speed. This huge, you know, amount of speed that he's bringing. So, you know, very interesting. I am absolutely, like, I've played this race, John, 80 million times through my mind, and I still can't come up with the way that it's going to play out.
Yeah, look, we have the 4 fastest 3-year-olds in one elimination, and you could argue that maybe best 5 in the division, depending on who you speak to, but I think it's safe to say we've got the best 3 in this elimination as well, maybe even best 4 without a doubt, but I'm just really excited to see how this race is going to shake out. And look, I know everybody kind of was hoping for maybe a seeded draw, right, so we can kind of avoid the matchup. They're going to have to face each other at some point. Eventually, we get a chance to see it a week early, and I mean, depending how this elim goes tomorrow night, we have a chance for even more fireworks next week as well. But how would you think about that chatter about the draw? Maybe being seeded or should have been seeded as opposed to
never ever seeded. That has to be an open draw. You know, I mean, it's the only way that it works, and it's fair for everybody. You know, maybe it didn't shake out exactly the way that we hoped, but there's nothing to say that Malilo, Odds On Mr. Mamba, Bojangles, and Brandon Boulevard all don't make the final, and then they're all going to be in the final anyway. You know what I mean? I think it's better that we didn't. If you start to seed it, then you're opening up a Pandora's box as far as I'm looking at.
How about the phone call James, you know, gets to pick up a horse like Odds On Mr. Mamba? Obviously, he had a horse that was a contender in Sweet Love and Lou, a really nice colt, and now you get a chance to, you know, pick up the drive on a horse that many pegged as the second best behind Bojangles. But I got a chance to listen to Andrew Harris's comments after his Sun Beach Somewhere victory. I mean, he's right. It's like we kind of pinpointed it to like this 2-horse race almost. and his colt's just been right there
Every
throughout
bit.
his young career. I mean, and lo and behold, the driver who everybody kind of figured was going to go one way goes to the Harris Colt, right? So he did some really, really good racing. I know things didn't work out for him in the Breeders' Crown final there, but I think they've done a really, really good job managing that colt last year. And so far, so good in his early career. Just 2 starts. He's going to come into tomorrow night razor fresh. And how do you not like his chances? Even against the Bojangles, you still got to respect his chances because of the mile he's coming off in the Sun Beach.
Yeah, I'm more interested in how Dexter plays this out, because you got Bojangles on the inside of you, you know what I mean? And whatever you do, he can counter. So now does he counter everything that Bob does? This is going to be an incredibly good race. Both of those eliminations are going to be amazingly good because one came out a little bit light, so that opens things up for everybody. Even if you're 40-1 thinking, maybe I shouldn't have, been in here, now you are. The other one is absolutely brimming with good horses. You can't make a mistake in that one. So it's going to be very interesting racing.
Look, it's one of those things where Dex, I remember in the Breeders' Crown a couple of years ago, he wasn't listed on a horse when the overnight sheets came out in the 2-year-old pacing colt division. He picked up a couple of drives. He won the eliminations on both of them. He didn't draw particularly well in either one of them. I think one of them he did draw the outside, and everyone's wondering, I wonder what trip this colt's going to get. What did he do? He completely did the opposite of what all the prognosticators thought. He went to the lead, aggressively handled both colts, and they won both eliminations. So you can't try and guess what a guy like Dex is going to do. I think one thing's for certain is he's going to put the horses in pretty good spots. It's why he's one of the best, or arguably the best that we have in our sport.
Don't you find that with the very, very elite drivers, you can't figure out what they're doing?
Exactly.
That's the way I always looked at it, too. There's no use going into one of those races with this formulated game plan, because guess what? Those guys that you're racing against, they can change things up so fast, and it's just going to leave you flat-footed. The way I always looked at it was I knew what I was driving, and I knew what I was racing against. And then after that, you just got to take it as it comes. But Dexter rarely, if ever, makes the critical mistake.
Yeah, we spent our time talking about 3 colts, but obviously Gentleman's Club merits a lot of respect, as well as, you, Brute, and Melillo. So we're excited to watch those eliminations tomorrow night, Randy. It's going to be a lot of fun. But we've still got 11 races to touch on this coming night. So let's get things underway here. Race number 1, and we've got a field of 10 here to kick things off. And the current 3-2 favorite is going to be the 7-horse MC. And this was actually my value play in this spot, though, Randy. And I thought that this was a horse that could be sitting on a pretty good effort. But I know the post positions haven't really been favorable for this filly. But nevertheless, I didn't expect this price. But there's one in here that you really like a lot.
Yeah, I mean, MC I got in for second, and you're getting a nice shoeing change tonight from Paul Reed. Steel to aluminum in front. Good date to work with, but did make a break coming out of there in its last. So Bob McClure going to be picking up the drive on this one. So, anything could be. I threw that one in for second. Where I'm going to go, the one that I like is the 9-horse McMira, James McDonald and Tony Beaton. The race at London, she took a lot of interference. She was interfered with leaving. She was down inside the pylons at the end of it, ends up being third, placed fourth, only beaten in a length and a bit. But now she comes back to the big track, and what I like about her is the way that she raced here in her last start in the big track. So let's take a look at the replay on May the 22nd for McMira, the race just before she went to London. So she's actually working on good data as well, this filly. She raced on the 29th, MC raced on the 29th, but that is a really nice shoeing change coming in on MC, going to the aluminum Nikes. But take a look at this one here, and you're going to see James McDonald trying to find a little bit of room. He's down in amongst it with this one, and he cannot find room with her. Now, he still hasn't quite been able to weasel her out because his wheel's just a little... Now as he's able to get her going, he's got to start her up cold. He's got a horse coming real fast up into his rearview mirror. Does he get him started up? Yes, he did. I liked her, and I thought she took a lot of. She had a lot of excuses last week. The biggest thing is she's got to deal with the 9-hole tonight. But I just think that if anything, it might inflate her price a little bit. So 9 is the way that I'm going to go. Garnet also going to go McMira in here as well.
And she was loaded at London last time. Absolutely loaded. You could have even gone to that replay or this replay. Both I thought were kind of painted the same picture of how much pace she had, and she never got a chance to get out last time out, though. And this is a filly that I think
2 weeks in a row.
Yes,
basically she's been locked in solid.
She should absolutely be loaded and ready for a big effort.
But MC was huge on the end of it in her last. I mean, look at that third quarter in 27 seconds, back quarter in 27 and 4. biggest thing with her, though, is that she's got to stay on the pace.
And where's she going to get away? We haven't seen her even leave the car even a little bit. Even from the rail at Kawartha Downs, her lone victory last year, she didn't get away in a pretty good spot, but she's got a lot of speed to compensate for that. But again, you don't want to get away too far back.
Does Mamba have gate speed?
He's got it. Oh, yeah.
He does have gate speed? Okay.
That's what makes the drive even better tomorrow night. We could just talk about North America Cup eliminations all night, can't we? All right, we're going to move on to race number 2 in Cold Creek Fuego. Took me a second to remember which which mare this was, because this was a mare that you and I got a chance to cover and talk about plenty last year. Obviously, the Ontario Sire Harvest Series winner. She beat some really good ones. I mean, look who she beat last year, Simply the Best. And what did she do in her first start of her 4-year-old campaign? Put forth a good effort against some pretty salty mares. So I think this is a Daniel Walker trainee, though, Randy. I know she's 3-1 on the morning line. I think we're going to get much shorter of a price tonight.
Yeah, she's going to be my Waples watch in here, because simply I just wanted to see, her moving good on the end of it, her first start back in, a few months. And let's take a look at the replay for Cold Creek Fuego. Louis Waugh going to come right back with this one. That's another thing, too. Louis Waugh last week had he had a choice to make with this one and somebody else, and was a decent horse, and he elected to go this one. So he obviously must like this one. 15 starts last year, 9 times a winner, and 12 times in the top 2. This is a real nice filly. Mark, a 50-3 as a 3-year-old. So let's take a look at Cold Creek Fuego. Had the 9-hole. Louis did a little bit of a lead, but still got away towards the back of the pack. And then it was just going to be make up from this point on. The fractions don't exactly go her way. They were only at the half in 55-4 after a second quarter and 29 seconds. Then they go a mile in 51-4. So they go 55-4, and then they come a back half in 56 flat. They didn't really slow down, They just kind of kept at the same tempo, but I love the way. And again, Travis Henry gets up alongside of her here, and she'll fight her. She'll fight whoever this is off, and she'll come back flying again. It just keeps digging and digging and digging, this girl. So really, really like the way that she raced. And with the short field, I honestly look at it, the 2 horses that she has to beat, Barb Leahy and TH Check Me Out. And, TH Check Me Out, a 3-year-old, maybe getting ready for some Ontario Sire Stake racing. Cold Creek Fuego, I mean, all she's really got to do is just prove and just keep winning.
We've got a sweep of 3s here on the board, but you and I both differ underneath. Barb Leahy, one that I left off my ticket. It was a bit tough because she was so good last time out and she draws well, and I went to Naughty Delight. Barb Leahy, there was a lot of hopes with her coming into a 2-year-old campaign. She showed a lot of ability in those qualifying efforts. I know her career maybe hasn't gone as planned given those preps, but I think this is one who could be starting to gain some confidence, especially after last week's effort. That was a big-time trip that Daryl Thiessen gave her from the outside.
It was a really good trip. Now, this is definitely going to be a little bit tougher, but if he's able to find her the same kind of a trip, if he's able to go out of there hard like he did last week from the 9-hole, secure the 2-hole, then I think that she can come up with a second-place finish. Because what scares me is, even if there's a couple in here that I think are maybe deeper, the way that they drew, I think they're the ones that are going to have the tough first over kind of a race, where I think Barb Leahy can secure herself a nice, sweet little ride again.
All right, well, Cold Creek Fuego is going to be a clean sweep on the board here for the handicappers, and we're going to go from one Louis Waugh driven favorite to a likely another Louis Waugh driven favorite here, and control your bet. And it's awfully tough to not like her in this spot, even if you're going to get a price of the shortest varieties, because her effort was really good. It amazes me how small she is of a filly, but she's got some go, doesn't she?
She does. She got the eye of the tiger, this girl. Control the moment out of a sports writer mare. I mean, this girl is bred to the 9s in Ontario. Everything about her points towards Ontario. Let's take a look at the replay on her. I mean, it was a great effort. I think it was even a better effort than what I could have, what a person would have predicted. I mean, she qualifies one qualifier, John, in 3 Rivers and 2, 1, and 4, and goes out of there with a half and 4 and change. She goes 32-1, 32-1, and then comes out her first start here and wins in 51. Hello. So let's take a look at Control Your Bet. This is a real nice 3-year-old coming out of the Clement Oche barn? Oche, yeah.
Putting me on the spot.
Well, I mean, I'm a brutal person for the names, dude. So yeah, Control Your Bet. Louis, he makes everything the winning move. He gets roughed up on the front end. He had company. He elected to leave the company on the outside. He stuck him. in racing terms. And at this point is where, to me, they should be swarming her. But guess what? They're not swarming her. She's actually moving away from them right now, other than the 10 horse. So I thought that was a Herculean effort. And now she gets to more or less come right back to this buffer again. So non-winners of 15,000. Now she's going to be racing in the non-winner, the 4-year-olds and younger, non-winners of 18,000. Amazing how a horse can be has won 4 starts, but as yet still fits non-winners of 18,000.
All right, so a sweep of 5s there, and it's hard to knock her in this particular spot because she's going to have every opportunity to get the job done.
Same.
Yeah, just tough to go against her in that spot, right? Similar field. She's got another good draw to work with. This is a filly who's going to be looking for win number 4 in a row. We're going to move on to race number 4. That's going to kick off that pick 6 sequence. It's also going to kick off the first set of eliminations that we're going to get a chance to see this weekend. The good times of eliminations, Randy, and this is a really nice field of trotters that we're going to have going post, where the morning line favorite's going to be the 7-horse Magic Ponkanoka Sponstead trainee. The last time we got a chance to watch him compete in the Dexter Cup, that was a very, very strong performance. So I think he's, for good reason installed as the morning line favorite. He hails from a barn that's arguably the top trotting outfit that we have in the sport, but look, there's a couple of other trotters in here that are really sharp, and we'll get to your top pick momentarily, but there's another Ontario-sired standout in Strobe Light who we know has had a lot of success here, but we're going to hear James McDonald's thoughts. He got a chance to catch up with me yesterday heading into this elimination. A pretty good lineup on paper, at least some of the main contenders in each elimination, but I want to start off with Strobe Light first, one that obviously you're very familiar with, is coming off a runner-up performance. Give me your assessment on his effort last time out, and what are you expecting, going into that elimination this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's been a case of a perfect kind of a start to the season for him. He raced just a quarter of a mile in his elimination. The SBOA finished strong, was second to Doug in the elim, and then come back and won the final. Just went down the road, made front, and got things reasonably his own way, and was able to draw off, and then. First gold, Doug had the 10 hole, and it looked like there was lots of speed, and my colt usually can do it any which way, and I raced him maybe a little conservative, but Doug's horse raced, kudos to him, he raced good. He battled down the stretch and held me off, but I mean he's a big, strong colt who's getting a little better each time he races, and there's no reason to think he can't be even better his next start.
And do you think the inside, just a couple more things as well, though, obviously in some of those outings, it looked like, at least from my vantage point, that he might have been running in a touch even in that most recent effort, and did that happen to be the case, and do you think the inside draw is going to be problematic for him getting off the card by any chance?
No, I mean, last year he had big time gate speed. We haven't had to use it yet this year. But last year also he was he would get in the turns and he could lose him in the turns. This year he's actually been a little out in the straightaways and a little bumpy, so it's just the way he's rigged up, and he might lean in a hair, but it's what he likes to do, and it's not an issue at all. If I need the gate speed and choose to use it, I know it's there, so he should be prompt for a good effort.
Thanks to James for his thoughts on Strobe Light. We're going to hear his thoughts on some other charges throughout the course of the weekend. But we mentioned we want to touch on your top selection. You sent in a replay for Land the Plane, who not a ideal trip for a 1-5 shot, I would say. But I tell you what, this is a horse that should be primed for a pretty good effort here in this elim.
He was racing great up till this point. You know what I mean? And Jody gambled. He gambled big time, and it pays for him because – watch when he springs this guy loose. I mean, this is a big horse, to get right into top gear after being shut down the whole time. The only thing that bothers me a little bit is it seems to me like he's doing a little ducking in at the end of it. That I don't like, but I mean, when he gets him straight, this guy is gone. And I mean, if there was a little bit of a problem, I'm sure that Carl's going to have it addressed. I think that he's in a situation where because he was so fortunate in that last start, leaving out of there, never having to leave until, a quarter of the way into the stretch, I think he can be a little tougher on him tonight. So I'm going to go Land the Plane. I
know this was a trotter that you were really high on last year, getting a chance to watch him in limited tries. You said that this is a trotter with some ability, and this is a big step up for him against some Grand Circuit competition, but I think he's going to put forth a pretty good effort.
Yeah, I mean, he raced in the Breeders' Crown last year, finished his 5th, but only beaten a length and a quarter. trotting a mile and 53, so he can go with these kinds of horses,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah,
and I
that's
like
right.
the way that they've brought him back. They've raced him, but they haven't overdone it. And even like I said last week, there, whether it was by design or not, Jody give this horse the sweetest of trips going into an elimination.
Yeah, that's what I should have said leading up to the Breeders' Crown. He didn't take on much
No,
competition.
no.
That was tough, but
No.
definitely held his own, as you mentioned. So this is one that I'm excited to get a chance to see, but I'm also excited to watch a Magic Punk, Strobe Light, and the rest of the trotters here in this first elimination. We're going to move on to race number 6, and this is going to be the second Good Times elimination. And I tell you what, the 2-horse exactly, your morning line favorite at 8-5. Things didn't work out in start number 1 for him, but I tell you what, how good has he been those last 2 efforts? He really didn't. You could argue he didn't have any business to win those races, given where he was. This guy's done some trotting as of late, hasn't he?
This guy is sick on the end of it. Wow, can he ever fly? I mean, you know, now you're kind of, it's not hard to see why they paid $243,000 for him in Lexington. What a nice horse. And Stevie Boston's has him right on his game. So let's take a look at the replay on exactly going to be my top pick in here. I like Royal Captain John tonight. I got him in for 4th. This is going to be second start Lasix for him. I thought it was a decent effort. Not using Dream for Peace tonight. He could be a tough one, but let's take a look at just how fast this guy is, and just, you know, to me, that's the word best to describe exactly right now is fast. He's not big and imposing. He's not, other things, I guess, but what he does have is a set of wheels. Look at this now. I mean, even all James really did was just move him over. And then when he does ask him, it's not like he's just going to reach up by a neck. I mean, he's annihilating the rest of these horses right now. And on the run out, he is gone. I mean, look at this guy. He just gets better and better every single week, and he's going to be my top pick. Where'd you go?
I went to him. I mean, 54-4 back half. How about the effort that he put forth 2 starts ago when he was trotting with Tavern on the Green? Both horses did some trotting in that effort.
Yeah.
But exactly, to me, really caught my eye. And I said to myself, man, they Steve Boston's and company, they've got something here with this guy. I mean, look, it kind of makes you wonder at a time. It's like, why would, Nylander want to give up on a trotter that could have a little bit of ability? But at the same time, Nylander's got an embarrassment of, riches in his barn as well. And, sometimes they're just not spots for all these quality horses. And I think a really, really good opportunity and a good pickup for Stephen Boston's and company. And I picked him in this elimination. I just think he's going to be tough to beat. I didn't want to go chalk shopping, but he's shown me nothing over the last 2 outings that gives me any indication that he can get beat tonight.
Yeah, and the big thing is too is that it's not surprising to me to see Steve Boston's take any horse off of anybody and improve them. I mean, I can say that about a lot of guys. I think that Ben Bergeron could take a horse off of just about anybody and improve it. Carl James, there's special guys out there, and I think Stevie Boston's is one of them. Just has that ability, whether it's trotter or pacer, just to have horses right on their game. So I'm not surprised. And I find, much like you, that it seems like the more they race him, the better he gets. So what are we going to see tonight?
Well, you've heard our thoughts on what we think of exactly. Let's hear driver James McDonald's thoughts on this trotter. Exactly, just 2 starts that you've gotten a chance to sit behind him, and he's been a perfect 2 for 2. What have been your thoughts with this trotter, and what are you expecting from him on Friday night?
I've just loved him. I mean, 2 starts. Even the qualifier when Louis went with him, he followed Strobe Light and he was glued to my helmet down the lane. I remember coming in and saying, "Who was that?" Like, because he sounded like he had a lot of trot. So he's really impressed me. I know Louis loved him when he went with him. He was he's a little warm, so they had a open on him, open bridle, and he kind of half pulled up his first start with Louis, and then they changed the bridle, and he's been all systems go. I mean, he won from a tough spot last time. I probably had him too far back, and he won anyway. So just a nice horse who's coming into the race good, and hopefully I got the 2 to beat in the good times.
All right, thanks again for James for his comments. We'll hear more from him tomorrow night. We're going to move on.
Was he waxing his car when you were talking to him there? It seemed like he was a little bit of a busy beaver there while he was talking.
You can never try and guess what James is doing. You talked about good drivers. You can never try and guess what they're going to do. But we're going to move on to race number 7. We're going to look at talented field of fillies here. And speaking of talent, I mean, this filly, Romantic Beauty, the morning line favorite, bred to the nines here, right? I mean, this is a filly who we know just on breeding alone should have a lot of ability. She's shown glimpses of it throughout her young career, and I think she's in a really, really good spot here to get the job done, Randy. What
I
say
think
you?
so too.
Yeah.
Is this where you went?
Yeah, tough to beat. For me, just could be tough to beat her potentially here in this spot.
And you know, the SBOA final, it was a good race.
Yep.
Last week in the gold, it was a good race. So I think she's right on her form, and I agree. She's the way that I'm going to go. Kissed by a Stranger. Going to move from the maiden up into the non-winners of 2. But boy, is she ever bringing some serious speed with her. But I think Romantic Beauty is also bringing that same serious speed with her. So I'm going to go 4 on to 3.
I was a little surprised you didn't use Horse with a Plan underneath, only because you've talked highly about her in some of those most recent efforts. I think at times she's been a little bit unlucky, but you know what, Randy? She's just not a big winner.
Which one's that?
Horse with a Plan. You've talked highly about her over her last several tries.
Yeah, absolutely. Loved her too. You know, I just happen to think that Romantic Beauty, and I don't know much about Kissed by a Stranger yet, you know what I mean? But she does bring some interesting ability. But the big thing is Romantic Beauty, Horse with a Plan. Which one do I look at as the deeper of the two? I say Romantic Beauty is a gold filly. The other filly, maybe someday she will be a gold filly, but I look at her more as a really, really top grassrooter.
We've seen a little bit of everything from Kissed by a Stranger, though. Even the effort 2 back was a good one, but nearly wanted to pull up on the lead and then came on again or put in steps on the lead. And last time out, needed some reminders, but she put forth a good effort. This is a nice filly here that Matt Dupuy's got in his care. But Romantic Beauty going to be our choice and many people's choice in race number 7. We're going to skip over a few and go on to race number 11. This is a pretty competitive way to close out the program, I'd say, Randy. I know you and I both going to the inside, but you're going to go to the Rail Starter, One Last Wish. I'm going to go to the 2-horse Ultimate Desby. One Last Wish, though, we're getting a shoeing change on here. Was it flip-flops to aluminum?
Steel.
To steel.
Yeah.
This is a filly, a mare that we know has all the talent in the world. And look, you're going to get a price here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing that I think happened last week, I mean, she's taken a drop, too. She's going to leave the non-winners of 12, move into the non-winners of 9. But there's lots of good ones in here, horses that are, you know, on their form. But last week with her, you know, she had the 6-hole. And look at the fractions, 26 and 4, 27 and change, 27 and change. I just think it was, she kind of got caught up into a 3/4 speed sort of situation where she was just coming back off the 2 qualifiers and the 1 race. So I could see it making her a little bit weak on the end of it. And she's got the rail to work with in here tonight, but I do think that the quality is still there. Ken Susi going to go to the steel shoes on her tonight, take the flip-flops off. The only way they take the flops off is if they're happy with the way that their front feet are. They're not stinging them. They're not sore. And if that's what her problem was, then I could easily see her coming up with a much better effort tonight. So I'm going to take a chance, go with One Last Wish in the final. 15-1 morning line, my friend.
Yep, and I'm going to take a shot here with Ultimate Desby. I'm not sure what price we're going to get on this import. A couple of qualifying efforts. I thought 2 back the qualifier was actually sneaky good in that 7th place outing. I thought it was solid last time out as well. So this is one that I'm just taking a bit of a flyer on. I'm not sure what to expect. That's why I labeled her my worth a look. But I think you can make the case for several in here because the ones to beat on paper, Andy, some of them maybe aren't bringing their best form right now. Like, look, Tell's on a roll. If she shows up, she can trounce this group.
Absolutely.
The post 10, last time out, I know she went quick early, but that's a field where she should have had every opportunity to maybe pick up a bigger piece. But Aviana, one that we should respect. And Verity Blue Chip, she put forth a nice effort last time out that gives me an indication that she's sitting on a good effort tonight.
She is, yeah. She definitely is there. I threw her in for 4th. I liked her last week. I thought she raced good, finishing 2nd in there, and she needed that drop down. But this is when you know you're lone wolfing it, John, when nobody is using your top play anywhere in theirs. You know that you're on your own.
The ultimate lone wolf to close out this program. One Last Wish going to be Randy's top selection. All right, let's look at some pick 5 ticket ideas. Randy, and you're up.
All righty, gonna start this one off, and gonna start off kind of, for Randy anyway, a little bit deep in the first leg, but I do have my all in there, John. So anyway, I'm gonna go 7, 8, 9 in here. MC, Our Heart, and McMira. And race number 2, it's going to be a single of Cold Creek Fuego, followed by a single in race number 3, Control Your Bet, Alling. Race number 4. There's horses that I like in here better, but one thing about trotters, you can't always trust them. If one of these horses that I really like makes a break, maybe I'll catch a price, because I don't think I think it's kind of a spotty opening pick 5. In race number 5, I go 2 deep. I go Sorcia Sealster and Pretty Missy May. I think Sorcia Sealster raced fantastically well for Jody 2 starts ago. Gets away from the 10 hole. And Pretty Missy May is racing amazingly well for Cliff McGuire right now.
You would think that she was maybe trending towards some of those horses that you could say, can she compete against this bunch? I mean, she's been, like you said, really, really sharp, Pretty Missy May. So really hard to knock her effort, but you're going to get nothing close to the 23-1 that she offered last time out. But I'm like you, I went Sorcia Sealster on top in that race, but I did spread in that last leg. I did go 3 deep to kick things off, and then I'm just going to have 3 consecutive singles. I'm in agreement with you, Cold Creek Fuego, Control Your Bet. Those are going to be my singles. I think the same for many. I just went all in on Magic Punk. Simply put, I didn't love the qualifying effort. In fact, I can't even say I really liked it, but I tell you what, I didn't like his qualifying effort leading up to the Dexter Cup, and that effort was sensational to get the job done, especially from what I thought was an impossible spot. Oka just brings them ready. I mean, I think there's certain trainers, Randy, you've been around a long time, you know that you can't judge how they look, in the mornings. When they show up to race, they're going to be ready. And look, we've seen that even with some determination horses. Nothing eye-catching in those morning preps, but when they show up when the dough's down, they're ready to race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was the big thing that you'd always say, you'd hear old-timers say, wait till you see them under the lights. That was the big thing. When they get in a field of horses and they know that they're racing, they can change.
All right, there's a look at our early pick fives, and let's look at some late pick five ticket ideas. And you and I kicking off things the same way, though, Randy. Exactly is going to be a single, but let's talk about some of these other legs.
Okay, so exactly, single with there. Then in race number 7, I went Kissed by a Stranger and Romantic Beauty. Romantic Beauty being my top pick. Race number 8, I went Sunset Lou. Now, this is going to change because I did have Amicable in race number 8. Now it's going to be just Sunset Lou and D.A. Bodacious. It's going to make my ticket a little bit cheaper. I like Hall of Fear, except that to me, was a little green on the end of it in his last. So I'm going to throw him in for a piece of it, just not looking win-wise. Race number 9, I go 1, 3, and 4, Zip Me Up, Love to the Moon and Back, and PL Sapphire. I am going to leave my second choice in here, Mr. Magic, off of it. I can see him being second, third, fourth. Just think that from the outside, it might cost him a little to get there to secure the win. And then in race number 10, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3. Awesome Hill, Perfectly Chic, and Twin Bee Empress. Awesome Hill back in Chantal Mitchell's barn.
I didn't know what to do with her because we know at what level she reached here in Ontario. She might not be at that level now, but who's to say back in some familiar surroundings that she can't put forth a good effort. We know she's got the ability. There's a look at my pick 5 again. I've got 3 consecutive singles. I was going to go 2 deep in race number. Actually, I've got 4 consecutive singles because of a scratch of Amicable. Exactly is going to be my single, Romantic Beauty, D.A. Bodacious. PC Peterbilt, that was kind of my separator, and I say that because I thought that was a trotter that I was really enticed with last time out. I think you mentioned about another horse that went too quick, One Last Wish, too quick, too early. I think that's what we saw with PC Peterbilt. 3 consecutive sub-29 quarters. I don't think he was left with much on the end of it as a result of that. I think with a better trip, I think this is a horse that could put forth a big effort. And I went with him.
You liked his gait?
I didn't love it. It was a bit funky for me, but I took a page out of your book. Horses who tire out, race a little bit of a different style. Went a certain mile that we haven't seen in quite some time.
So you're really not looking for them to cut it?
No, I do not want to see him
cut. Race off.
He's always been a little funky, though. I can't say that I love. He looked like he wanted to run several times, but it's gambling.
He looked like Charles Barkley's golf swing.
Exactly. That's perfectly put right there. But hopefully he can get the job done when it matters. And there's a look at my late pick 5, and let's look at some plays here. So let's look at your 4-pack here this evening.
Okay, I'm going to start off in race number 2, and that's going to be Waples Watch with Cold Creek Fuego. In my all-in's going to be Land the Plane in race number 4. Love that horse tonight. Beat the Favorite, Perfectly Chic in race number 10. And Worth a Look will be One Last Wish with the shoeing change in race number 11.
You're hoping for a Bob McClure late double. That would be quite nice. All right, let's look at my plays of the night here. I went value play MC. Not much value at 2-1, but maybe one you can try and single here in the opening sequence. All in Magic Punk. My rebound PC Peterbilt. My Worth a Look Ultimate Desby. I really don't know what we're going to see from this mare in her first pari-mutuel start here in North America.
Good having you back, John.
It's fun to be back, and it's fun to talk shop. And let's look at some other resident handicappers and their selections. Kevin Plaucha in agreement with me. Spot play PC Peterbilt. Gislan Piquet going head-to-head with us. Zip Me Up. That was a really good effort by Zip Me Up last time out. And we mentioned Pretty Missy May. That's going to be Garnet Barnsdale's spot play. 1 minute to go before we kick off this 11-pack on a Friday night. We've got a pair of Good Times elimination and what's going to kick off a pretty fun weekend of action. We're with Randy and I are here all night long. You'll hear our thoughts tonight as well.
Winback Farm of Canada is home to 9 outstanding stallions, including Metro-based champion Captain's Quarters, who's new in 2026. Beach Glass, winner of the Meadowlands Pace and the last great son of Some Beach Somewhere, his first yearling crop sells in 2026. Lawless Shadow, an O'Brien Award winner and Meadowlands Pace champion, whose first crop sells in 2026. The Great McWicked, the richest pacing stallion in harness racing history, and two-time O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, a winner on every size track with many stakes and track records. Also standing Better Than Cheddar, Betting Line, My MVP, and Trixton. For more information, it's winbackfarm.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label will sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Fillies and Mares for race 1 on Post Parade. Leading off is number 1, Blushing Joy. Jonathan Drury in the bike. Sean Stacey trains for Hut Racing Stable. 2 in the group are Buddha, driven by J.R. Plana, sent out by Jack Moisea for High Stakes Incorporated, Nancy McNiven, and Sunset Racing Stables. We're going to go to 4, Coal Creek Cotiha next. Dan Walker trains for Coal Creek Standardbred. In the bike, it's Travis Henry. Trevor Henry driving 5, Bulldog Journey. Shane Barrington trains for Frank Tumcala. The 6-horse, Brighton Squirrely. Doug McNair aboard. Murray Brother trains and owns with Kevin McKinley and Glenn Tarver. The 7 MC, driven by Bob McClure, is trained by Paul Reed for Kendra Castleman. 8 in the group, Our Heart. Daryl Thiessen aboard. Mike Wade trains and owns with Amory Colville and Matthew Harrison. James McDonald pilots the 9, McMira. Tony Beaton trains and owns with David Mercer. Artistic Delight number 10, driven by Phil Hudon, is trained by Chantel Mitchell for owner Judith Taylor. And then still awaiting the arrival of 3. There she is, exiting the paddock now. Unplugged is her name, and she's owned, trained, and driven by Dan O'Brien. And once she's there, that'll be the whole field on the track. Early pick 5 set to get underway on this Friday 11 pack. $75,000 guaranteed in the pool. Post time in just 4 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for the first of 11 on this Friday night. And, of course, as always, we kick things off with the pick 5 guaranteed at $75,000. Current 3-2 favorite is going to be my top selection. Pegged her as a value player. I thought I would get a better price on this filly, given the way your top choice raced last time out, given the way a couple of these fillies raced last time out. But this daughter of Captain Crunch, Randy, she did race good. I just didn't expect favorite status. But what kind of trip are we going to get from her tonight?
Hard to say, right? You know, I mean, she's raced good 2 times from way off the pace. Now, I think he was maybe they were trying to leave a little bit with her last week, and then maybe that's why she made the oopsie. I'd just be scared that because she's been racing so good from off the pace, now she's got a break on a fast track, got a fast track to work with in here tonight. Does he really want to push her out of there? Maybe he does, but there's a shoeing change to work with as well. She's going from steel to aluminum. I think that there's a better chance that he's maybe plays a little bit easy with her, and, you know, I'm going to throw her in for a second, but I can certainly see why she'd be your top pick. She is definitely on her form right now.
I thought your top pick would go off as the favorite in the spot, McMira, because the trouble tripped over her last 2 outings. This is a filly that's, I mean, Randy, you have to figure she's sitting on a huge effort.
You would have to think, you know what I mean? And she was so good in that replay that we showed, you know, when he got out, she absolutely flew. And there's been a couple of times where she stoked up 27 flat on the end of it. So if she gets the right kind of a trip in here tonight, I think that she can get the job done. And right now, I'm getting not a bad price.
I think that's a really good price. Yeah. And, you know, you have to figure that she is going to be leaving out of there. I think she's at the very least going to be floating out. But I think 3-1, that is definitely a great price on this Tony Beaton trainee. Brighton Squirrely taking some support right now at 3-1. I thought that was a solid effort last time out. Maybe just a little bit too quick than what she's been accustomed to, I'd say.
My only thing would be this, if you're talking Brighton Squirrely, my only thing would be this. I thought she raced really good, but here's 2 things. Number 1, she gained a lot coming in last quarter in 30-3. So she should have gained on horses. And the other thing, nothing against anybody, but that bunch that she raced against last week was a bad bunch. Simple as that. No real powerhouses in that field. So I had her down as a bit on end, but the bad bunch, the last quarter and 30 seconds, she could be a lot better in here tonight, but I just don't see it.
Yeah, there were several looking to get beat last time out. I'll tell you that much. That's why Laney Blue was able to capitalize there. But
we'll even look at the race, John. They went to the half in 55-3, and they went a mile in 55-2. they come a back half in a minute.
Yep. Give me the case on your selection here in the 8 horse. This is one you used in the pick 5. 20-1 right now.
She got bad interference a couple of starts ago on May the 8th. Bad interference coming out of there and come up with a real nice effort. Disappeared to Flamborough for a prospect. Comes back here. Bad interference again. Coming out of there and still comes up with a good effort. I know the lines are a little spotty, but I'm telling you that this daughter of sports writer that Mike Wade is training, she's got some game, this girl.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 1. Chad, good to see you. Good to hear from you yet again.
Yes, and welcome back, John. Good to have you here with Randy Waples. Nice little duo down there for the next few weekends as well as we get into the heart of our stake season now. A lot of eliminations over the next couple of nights, all setting the stage for a big card coming up on the 13th, highlighted by our signature event, the Pepsi North America Cup. Good-looking 11-race program here tonight. I believe the one well back is the 8-Hour Heart for Daryl Thiessen. That one was having some issues and now racing to try and catch the gate. Will be the subject of an inquiry. Also gapped off number 5, Bulldog Journey. The rest of them were in line, and there they go. We're off and pacing in the Friday night opener. Bright and squirrely, showing some early speed down the center from the far outside. Artistic Delight put into play here by Phil Hudon, and McMira's on the scene as well early with Barbuda into the top 4. Crossing over to follow that one to the opening turn is Coal Creek Cotija. MC's looking for a spot in 6th. Will get it in front of Blushing Joy, and then it's Unplugged, Bulldog Journey, and much further back, Our Heart after the problematic beginning, and the subject for an inquiry. 27-1 opening quarter, leading 2.5 into the backstretch at 25-1. It's Artistic Delight. Bright and Squirrely McNair now tighten up a bit closer, second. McMira's third, Barbuda in 4th. 5th one is Coal Creek Cotija, 2 in front of MC. And then we find Blushing Joy. Unplugged, brought to the outside is Bulldog Journey, and another 10 or so to Our Heart. Halfway home at 55-3 is long shot leader Artistic Delight. Still 2.5 in front now again, and Bright and Squirrely who's second. McMira there, third. Barbuda 4th. Tip to the outside, first up out of 5th, Coal Creek Cotija. 2 lengths more to MC, who will try to catch up to that cover. And then to the inside, Blushing Joy. Bulldog Journey Unplugged and Our Heart. 3/4 the next stop for Artistic Delight. Beginning to angle out of the pocket, Bright and Squirrely. Chased on here by McNair. 3/4 reached in 124. They swing for home. Artistic Delight, the leader. Bright and Squirrely up on the outside. Has enjoyed a 2-hole trip throughout. Trying to capitalize now. McNair's got a call on the filly. Outside, Bright and Squirrely. Artistic Delight inside, keeping her at bay. And here's MC. Cut loose in the center of the track and starting to rush up here for McClure. And MC at even money will get up. It's MC by a length and a half. Tight for second. Outside, Bright and Squirrely. Inside was Artistic Delight. 152-3. MC off the pace. Unofficial 7-6-10-2 on the board with the inquiry sign up. Again, judges just looking back at the 8-Hour Heart. It won't take long here just to determine whether or not she was inside or outside that fair start pull when the rest of the field was let go at the beginning. Please hold all tickets. Number 7, MC, back in front of us after her first win of the season. The 3-year-old Bay filly by Captain Crunch is out of the Sweet Lou Dam MBT. She's owned by Kendra Castleman, trained by Paul Reed, and driven to victory by Bob McClure. MC with her first of the year in her third try, now a 2-time winner overall. A lifetime best off the pace performance tonight for MC in 152 and 3. After review, judges easily able to determine that number 8, Our Heart, she was not inside the fair start pole when the field was let go at the start. Therefore, she'll be a pari-mutuel refund. Refund of the 8, Our Heart. If you happen to have her in your Pick 5 ticket, you will inherit the post-time favorite in place, which happened to be the 7, MC, who got the win at even money. So pari-mutuel refund failing to receive a fair start. That was number 8, Our Heart, in the Friday opener. Race 1 official. Winner 7 MC 410, 270, 260. Second number 6 Brighton Squirrely 340, 320. Third number 10 Artistic Delight 970. $2 exacta paid $11.50. The dollar try $59.30. $1 superfecta $250.95. And tonight's Pick 5 pool, we know it'll be guaranteed at $75,000, so that number should say $75,000. Just under $28,000 of live money is going to move on to leg number 2. Try and catch the gate will be the subject of an inquiry. Also gapped off number 5 Bulldog Journey. The rest of them were in line, and there they go. We're off and pacing in the Friday night opener. Bright and Squirrely showing some early speed down the center from the far outside. Artistic Delight put into play here by Phil Hudon, and McMira's on the scene as well early with Barbuda into the top 4. Crossing over to follow that one to the opening turn is Coal Creek Cotiha. MC's looking for a spot in 6th. Will get it in front of Blushing Joy, and then it's Unplugged, Bulldog Journey, and much further back, Our Heart after the problematic beginning and the subject for an inquiry. 27-1 opening quarter, leading 2.5 into the backstretch at 25-1. It's Artistic Delight. Bright and Squirrely McNair now tighten up a bit closer, second. McMira's third, Barbuda in 4th. 5th one is Coal Creek Cotiha, 2 in front of MC. And then we find Blushing Joy. Unplugged, brought to the outside is Bulldog Journey, and another 10 or so to Our Heart. Halfway home at 55-3 is long shot leader Artistic Delight. Still 2.5 in front now again, and Bright and Squirrely who's second. McMira there, third. Barbuda 4th. Tip to the outside, first up out of 5th, Coal Creek Cotiha. 2 lengths more to MC, who will try to catch up to that cover. And then to the inside, Blushing Joy. Bulldog Journey Unplugged and Our Heart. 3/4 the next stop for Artistic Delight. Beginning to angle out of the pocket, Bright and Squirrely. Chased on here by McNair. 3/4 reached in 124. They swing for home. Artistic Delight the leader. Bright and Squirrely up on the outside. Has enjoyed a 2-hole trip throughout. Trying to capitalize now. McNair's got a call on the filly. Outside Bright and Squirrely. Artistic Delight inside, keeping her at bay. And here's MC. Cut loose in the center of the track and starting to rush up here for McClure. And MC at even money will get up. It's MC by a length and a half. Tight for second. Outside Bright and Squirrely. Inside was Artistic Delight. 152-3. MC off the pace. Race 1 finish order from the top. It's 5-4-9, 6-7-2, 1-10, and a refund for failing to receive a fair start. 8 and 3 on the bottom. Race number 2 is where we head to next. No changes. Post time in 10 minutes. Here's number 1, Better Double Down, lead parade for the second. Doug McNair on the bike. Herb Holland trains for McKinley and Fielding and Meleche Fianchem. Number 2, Naughty Delight, James McDonald aboard. Tony Beaton trains and owns with David Mercer and Timothy Hayes. Louis Waugh driving 3, Coal Creek Fuego. Dan Walker training for Coal Creek Standardbred. Number 4, Barb Leahy, driven by Daryl Thiessen. Mike Kwinowski trains and owns with Arthur Ray. Piper's Luna 5, also trained by Mike Kwinowski for Lorraine Ray and Vince Sotheran with Jody Jamieson in the bike. TH, Check Me Out, number 6, gets Tyler Borth. Blake McIntosh trains and owns with Ozzie McKay, Gilles Landry, and James Januzzi. And on the outside, number 7 is Jay. Bob McClure drives for trainer Dr. Ian Moore. Wilma, James McKenzie, and Paul Chapman are the owners. That's your field for race number 2. It's coming up next in about 6 minutes.
MC kicks off the card with a victory at even money. Once I saw her float away 6th, I figured, you know what, this is a filly who I think has a shot. But there were some other horses in the opener. They were in winning spots too. Just some of them didn't put forth their best efforts.
No, they didn't. I thought that the filly Doug raced really, really well. Toughed it out first over and take nothing away from the one that Phil raced. She
really
was
good
huge
effort.
out
Wow,
of the 10 hole.
Big, yeah.
Huge. I was just disappointed with the one that James drove, you know. I mean, she had a perfect trip and just didn't fire, but that happens.
At the head of the lane, if I had a choice to switch, I would go McMira.
I would have. I loved where McMira was at the head of the lane. Loved the trip that he got her, but she just didn't have it tonight.
All right, we're going to move on to race number 2. And even money on our top selection, Cold Creek Fuego. This is a daughter of Sunfire Blue Chip Randy that we got a chance to watch do some really, really good things last year. And I think that off that effort last time out, I think that she's sitting on a big mile tonight.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I mean, and the big thing with me was just waiting to see what she was going to be like coming off that layoff, having the 9 hole, and she was huge coming back half in 54-4. So I can't remember who it was, but I'm pretty sure Louis had a choice last week between her and somebody that was fairly a deep kind of a horse too, and he elected to go with this one. So I think that's basically telling you what Louis thinks of her. And if Louis likes her, Randy likes her.
All right, underneath, you did go to the 4-horse Barb Leahy, 5-1 right now. She's coming off a nice victory. Last time it was 35-1 in a tripped-out effort by Daryl Thiessen. This is a tougher group tonight, but this is one that you think also merits a bit of respect as well.
I thought it was huge improvement in her last. I thought she raced real good 2 starts ago when she come home in 25 and changed and paced a mile in 52. And then last week, he completely changed everything up. He left out of there 26 flat. They were at the half in 54-1. 3/4 in 122-3, like really fractions that she's never had to deal with in her life. And how does she respond? She comes back with a winning effort in 51-1. I say she's a horse that's on good form, looks good out there. Daryl Thiessen been bringing in a lot of winners lately, like high price kind of winners.
Yeah, and putting them in pretty good spots. That mare that you talked about, a pretty sharp one that Louis booked off, CC Rock and Rosie.
There you go.
She ended up being scratched, so it was ended up being the right call. But I tell you,
he just win 2 in a row.
Exactly,
with
and she's got some speed, in her own right. So agree with you there. That's a big vote of confidence for Louis going to this Daniel Walker trainee's direction. TH, check me out. You touched on her. She's 5-1. This is a filly who competes in the gold. Last time she was at this level, Randy, she was a winner. But I think this is just a tougher group in this particular spot tonight.
Yeah, I mean, like I love her to boot, you know what I mean? And I mean, this is going to sound kind of weird, but I honestly think that she's putting weight on since she started racing. Now, some mares will do that. Some mares aren't good when they're not racing and they get more into everything when they start to race. And to me, she really looks like she's putting weight on or something, but she looks fantastic out there. I mean, I honestly do think that this is an incredibly deep kind of a horse. Unfortunately, she ran into the female Bojangles, a clean deal, and Daya was just too tough as a 2-year-old as well. You know what I mean? So I'm interested to see how this one comes back as a 3-year-old. I got a lot of faith in this one. Threw her in for third.
You liked her in start number 1. You pegged her as a winner in her first career start, which she delivered. So this is one that I know you've always been a fan of. Naughty Delight, you want to speak about talent. She's got the talent and the speed. Showed some quirks last time out, making that a bit of a miscue. She's been taking on some tough fillies. Hasn't really been in the best of spots. I think this is a good spot for her to work out a pretty good trip and pick up a good piece.
Yeah, it could be. And you know something, we're going to get a little bit of a reference on Naughty Delight too, because McMurray really raced kind of flat, right?
Okay.
Now, if this one that also comes out of Tony Beaton's barn, that obviously these two traveled in together, one's in the first race and one's in the second race. If this one races flat, I'd say that there's a chance that maybe Tony's got a little sickness in his barn. This is going to be a good reference.
A better double down the last 3 starts back. Doug McNair picked up the drive on this mare yet again, delivered a winning performance at 17-1. It looked like she was a little bit locked in. I thought she had some room up the inside when I looked at the head-on shot. I thought she was just even last time out, personally.
I agree. I threw her in for fourth. Big thing is she's got a nice post position to work with, and, Dougie can make a lot of things happen, so that's why I threw her down in on the bottom. Herb's barn has been really, really good this year, too.
We're lining up for race number 2, final call to wager. Welcome everybody to the racetrack. In attendance tonight, Jesse Ballore, Princeton Farms, along with a group of friends out at the races enjoying the night, including a couple that are celebrating their birthday. Happy birthday, Ashley and Lincoln. Thanks for spending your birthday right here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. Enjoy your night. All lined up for race number 2. Here they come. Good looking start and away they go. They're off and pacing. Outside speed from Jay and TH. Check Me Out. Now Barb Leahy, and from the rail, Better Double Down. Jay and Barb Leahy now battling, heading to the opening turn, and behind them, Better Double Down and TH Check Me Out. Then another 3 to Naughty Delight, who's in front of Cold Creek Fuego, Piper's Luna early trailer. Thiessen puts Barb Leahy on point for now. TH Check Me Out lays parked out and has to continue to drive on here for Borth. 27 flat opening quarter. Better Double Down is third. 2 in front of Jay, who took a seat fourth. In front of Naughty Delight, the fifth one. Next to last, sixth, Cold Creek Fuego, and trailing still Piper's Luna. 3/8 in the books, and Thiessen, who let TH Check Me Out go to the front. He's now back around with Barb Leahy. So Barb Leahy, off her upset win a week ago, is back on top by a length and a half now at 8-1. TH Check Me Out chasing her in second. A break of 4 to Better Double Down. Then it's another 8 or 9 to Jay, who's fourth. So coming around that one's going to be Naughty Delight. Cold Creek Fuego, the 1-5 big favorite right now, is some 15 lengths off the lead as they went down to the half in 54-2. And Piper's Luna still at the back. On top, Barb Leahy. TH Check Me Out second. Better Double Down in third. Making good gains from the back. Cold Creek Fuego, she's now on the outside fourth within about 6 of the lead. 1:22 and 4 3/4. Thiessen goes to work on Barb Leahy. Borth out of the pocket with TH Check Me Out. Another 5 or so to Cold Creek Fuego. She's still pacing hard, but a lot of ground to make up and running out of real estate. Barb Leahy inside. TH Check Me Out outside. Cold Creek Fuego in behind them. Here's TH Check Me Out wearing her down. TH Check Me Out. And Tyler Borth at 9-2 get up over Barb Leahy and Cold Creek Fuego. 150 and 4. Six, 4, 3, 5 unofficial. Second race winner now coming back in front of us. It is number 6, TH Check Me Out. TH Check Me Out, a 3-year-old bay filly by Cattle Wash out of the Sports Rider Dam Sports Check, is owned and trained by Blake McIntosh, co-owned by Ozzie McKay, Gilles Landry, and James Januzzi. Tyler Bort, the winning driver, 2 for 5 this year. Now a 4-time winner, lifetime best, 150-4, and joined in the winner's circle by an enthusiast group here. We've got Jesse Bloor, as mentioned, of Princeton Farms out. Now, where's the all-star pitcher, Lincoln, and his birthday? Happy birthday, Lincoln. Along with Ashley out at the track here tonight. Nice to see the young fans out at the races. Celebrating with TH Checked Me Out, winner of race number 2 at 9-2. Race 2 payouts. Winner number 6, TH Check Me Out, $11, $682.40. Second, number 4, Barb Leahy, $10.60 and $2.80. Third, number 3, Cold Creek Fuego, $2.10. The $2 exacta, $58.50. $1 try paid $66.45. The dollar super, $229.25. And a $2 early doubles, $27.80. Just under 3,700 is live in our early pick 5. Going on to race number 3 next. Good looking start, and away they go. They're off and pacing. Outside speed from Jay and TH. Check Me Out. Now Barb Leahy, and from the rail, Better Double Down. Jay and Barb Leahy now battling, heading to the opening turn, and behind them, Better Double Down. And TH Check Me Out. Then another 3 to Naughty Delight, who's in front of Cold Creek Fuego, Piper's Luna, early trailer. Thiessen puts Barb Leahy on point for now. TH Check Me Out lays parked out and has to continue to drive on here for Borth. 27 flat opening quarter. Better Double Down is third. 2 in front of Jay, who took a seat fourth. In front of Naughty Delight, the fifth one. Next to last, sixth, Cold Creek Fuego, and trailing still Piper's Luna. 3/8 in the books, and Thiessen, who let TH Check Me Out go to the front. He's now back around with Barb Leahy. So Barb Leahy, off her upset win a week ago, is back on top by a length and a half now at 8-1. TH Check Me Out chasing her in second. A break of 4 to Better Double Down. Then it's another 8 or 9 to Jay, who's fourth. So coming around that one's going to be Naughty Delight. Cold Creek Fuego, the 1-5 big favorite right now, is some 15 lengths off the lead as they went down to the half in 54-2. And Piper's Luna still at the back. On top, Barb Leahy. TH Check Me Out second. Better Double Down in third. making good gains from the back. Cold Creek Fuego, she's now on the outside fourth within about 6 of the lead. 1:22 and 4 3/4. Thiessen goes to work on Barb Leahy. Borth out of the pocket with TH Check Me Out. Another 5 or so to Cold Creek Fuego. She's still pacing hard, but a lot of ground to make up and running out of real estate. Barb Leahy inside. TH Check Me Out outside. Cold Creek Fuego in behind them. Here's TH Check Me Out wearing her down. TH Check Me Out. And Tyler Borth at 9-2 get up over Barb Leahy and Cold Creek Fuego 150 and 4. Here's where they all finished in tonight's second race. From the top, it's 6-5-3, 2-4-1, 7 on the bottom. Coming up next, race 3, as we start tonight's early pick 4. There's no changes and post time in 12 minutes.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Race 3 field on Post Parade. Number 1 is Laney Blue. Daryl Thiessen drives for trainer Matt Dupuis and owner Jim Fraley. Tyler Borth driving the 2, Tisha Sealster. Chris Haskell trains and owns with Stanley Henderson. Number 3, McBubbles, driven by Jody Jameson's, trained by John Pentland for Hut Racing Stable. Bikini Sealster, the 4, gets Doug McNair on the bike. Sean Stacy trains for Landmark 18 Racing Stable, Hudson Standard Stable Incorporated, Bertrand Gillespie Stable, and Dan Mogridge. Control Your Bet, 5, Louis Waugh for trainer Clement Lozano J, Les Écuries Morel Incorporated owns. The 6, Playdate, driven by James McDonald. Gary Murner trains for Numbered Company Alberta Incorporated, Jeffrey Stewart, and Doug Dunbar. Travis Henry aboard number 7, Sweet Lake for trainer Murray Brother. David and Nora Heffering are the owners. 8, Monte Amore. Sean Stacy trains for Hudson Standard Stable Incorporated. Bob McClure, the driver. And number 9, Annie's Diva, gets Mark McDonald in the sulky. Jared Mann trains for Susan McKeegan. That's your field for the 3rd race. We'll kick off tonight's early pick 4 next. Post time in about 5 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 3. This kicks off the early pick 4. And Louis Waugh, the current favorite right now on Control Your Bet at 1-5, looking to avenge the favorite bettors from race number 2.
Yeah, I'll say. I wonder how he's going to race this one.
Good draw to work with here.
Yeah,
early gate.
I didn't think the last one was a bad draw to work with. Sometimes I think that people try to make things too cute when they don't need to. You know what I mean? Anytime I got an opportunity to drive a horse with, 1-5 or 3-5 or whatever, like, why do you got to make it so cute? You know what I mean? Anyway, Randy rant over. This one looks good out there. Hopefully, this one's put into position.
Yeah, she's got a lot of speed, though, doesn't she? I mean, for filly, her size, she put forth a really, really good effort. It looks like she was going to get collared, but she turned it on another gear. And we saw the glimpse of ability last year, but again, 51-3 last time out.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, coming off that 2-1 qualifier, 2-1-4 qualifier. And then, she comes the last, it's not just to show that it's not a fluke. She comes the last quarter in 26-4 to get the job done. And that was new lifetime mark. Mm-hmm. So, looks really, really good out there. She's the one to beat, hopefully, like I said, she's put into play.
Monte Amore's one that you liked last time out, though, Randy. What a discrepancy in price this time out. Monte Amore was 3-1 last time out. Control Your Bet also 3-1. Now we're seeing 1-9 on Control Your Bet and 18-1 on Monte Amore. I thought she had every opportunity last time out, personally.
I thought that she came up a little quiet. Mm-hmm. I thought she should have raced better, considering the way that Billy, he tripped her right to death. And I thought she should have been a little bit deeper because I thought she went a better trip the week before. Mm-hmm. But maybe, maybe the week before coming 26 and change on the end of it, maybe that hurt her or stung her a little bit. I don't know. But nothing went bad with her last week. It just seemed like she was a little bit flat, so I think that she should be good to go in here tonight, and she picks up McClure.
Bikini Sealster, one that you've got underneath as well. Hasn't hit the board over the last couple of tries. Give me the case why you think this one can pick up a big piece tonight.
I just think that both the Sean Stacy horses have been racing a little bit light, and this one's going to pick up McNair again. He's had 2 opportunities with her in the buffer, and he's had a 3rd and a 5th in there. She raced, to me, okay in her last start. I just think that she's, she looks about as good in here as anybody as long as you take Control Your Bet out of the play.
Play Date is one that right now is currently sitting at 10-1. I thought an okay effort last time out. Tough draw, much better draw to work with here tonight. I do think she's going to need to obviously step up to even pick up a big piece in this spot tonight.
I think she just caught up in crazy fractions last week. She had the 10 hole. He left out of there with her. They went 26 flat. He was parked. He gets a spot. They're at the half in 54-1, 3/4 in 122-2. She's staying right with him, but just gets a little bit tired on the end of it. Before that, she was pacing home strong. So I think that she can recoup, sort of bounce back. But I don't look at her as a win candidate in here, though. But I do think that last trip will make her a little better in here tonight.
This is a big step up for Lainey Blue, but I'm just curious to see how she handles this transition. I know that there was other horses that, as we touched on, that maybe were looking to get beat, and that kind of really helped the start of Captain Treacherous. But confidence is a heck of a thing, and maybe this is one that can take a step forward here and put forth a good effort to verse tougher.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I mean, I thought she raced okay last week. My only problem was I don't think she beat a very strong bunch. And the other thing, they went down to the half in 55-3, went a mile in 55-2. The race came back to her. I think that helped her. With the rail in here tonight, where does he get away? She's been getting away at the back of the pack. I'm a little scared with the one horse where he's going to be able to get away with her.
All right, the overwhelming choice here in race number 3 is going to be the 5-horse Control Your Bet. Another popular single here in this pick 4. Good luck.
Race 3 field lining up behind the gates. Final call to wager. Early pick 4 pool continues to grow. All the best who are playing along. We've got a group of 9. Fillies and mares here, nominators of 18,000 lifetime. Control Your Bet. Off of the bench, was able to win in 51-3. Powerful on the end of it, and she is heavily favored. The repeat here for Otier and Hua. It's post time for the third race as the field lined up is now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Gate picks up speed. Away they go. They're often pacing in tonight's third race. And leaving out of there down the center, Playdate along with Control Your Bets, McBubbles along the inside of the top 3 as McClure Monteamore able to cross over to get a spot in 4th. Parkdale 5th is Annie's Diva, and then Tisha Sealster being tracked to the opening turn by Bikini Sealster. The last pair in the field are Laney Blue and an early trailing Sweet Lake. Playdate at 3-1 shows the way after a 26-4 opening quarter, and that's into a breeze that's picking up. Now they ride it into the backstretch and out of the pocket, the big favorite, Control Your Bet. Here's Control Your Bet to come around and now take over at 3/8. Playdate in 2nd. McBubbles still 3rd in front of Monteamore, the 4th one. Annie's Diva got a spot in 5th in front of Tisha Sealster. Then another 2 to Bikini Sealster. Next to last, Laney Blue and Sweet Lake still at the back. Single file as they go down to the half in 55-3 with Control Your Bet leading the charge. Playdate in 2nd, McBubbles 3rd. Monteamore 4th, and Annie's Diva the 5th one. On the move from the back is Bikini Sealster and McNair. Second over will be Laney Blue to the inside. Tisha Sealster and Sweet Lake. Control Your Bet a length and a half in front of Playdate as they make their way now to this final turn. McBubbles there in 3rd, stalking the top pair in Monteamore 4th, 123 and 4 3/4, and Playdate out of the deuce. Here comes Playdate after the 1-5 favorite. Control Your Bet will have to pick it up in behind McBubbles, and even wider now is Monteamore in the center of the track, and this one looks dangerous at 20-1. Here comes Monteamore along with Playdate. Inside is Control Your Bet. McBubbles between Monteamore or Playdate. Monteamore and McClure at 20-1. It's Monteamore up over Playdate and McBubbles in 152-2. 8635 unofficial. Upsetter from race 3, number 8, Monte Amore returns in front of us. The 3-0 Bay filly by Always Be Mickey is out of the Kamluk Dam, Montenegro. She's owned by Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated and trained by Sean Stacy. Bob McClure with his second of the night already. Monte Amore is latest. She's now 1 for 4 this year. Second career win. 152-2 at 20-1. That's a lifetime best. Monte Amore in the third. Here are the payouts from race 3. Winner number 8, Monte Amore, $42, $11.60 and $14.50. Second number 6, Playdate, $5.10, $4. Third, 3, McBubbles, $12.80. $2 Exacta, $152.60. Dollar Try, $301.95. Dollar Super, $914.90. $2 Double pays $255.90. And the first pick 3 of the night, dollar return, $146.55. 29,000 plus wagered in tonight's early pick 4 with a little more than 1,700 of live money moving on. And the pick 5, 2 legs to go, is down to $296.96. Up next, it's race 4. It's the start of the pick 6. It's also the start of our stakes eliminations on this busy weekend. First of 2 good times eliminations for the Thrilled Open Trotters. It's up next. Gate picks up speed. Away they go. They're off and pacing in tonight's third race. And leaving out of there down the center, Playdate along with Control Your Bets. McBubbles along the inside of the top 3 as McClure Monte Amore able to cross over to get a spot in 4th. Parkdale 5th is Annie's Diva, and then Tisha Sealster being tracked to the opening turn by Bikini Sealster. The last pair in the field are Laney Blue and an early trailing Sweet Lake. Playdate at 3-1 shows the way after a 26-4 opening quarter, and that's into a breeze that's picking up. Now they ride it into the backstretch and out of the pocket. The big favorite, Control Your Bet. Here's Control Your Bet to come around and now take over at 3/8. Playdate in second. McBubbles still third in front of Monteamore, the fourth one. Annie's Diva got a spot in fifth in front of Tisha Sealster. Then another 2 to Bikini Sealster. Next to last, Laney Blue and Sweet Lake still at the back. Single file as they go down to the half and 55-3 with Control Your Bet leading the charge. Playdate in second, McBubbles third. Monteamore fourth, and Annie's Diva the fifth one. On the move from the back is Bikini Sealster and McNair. Second over will be Laney Blue to the inside. Tisha Sealster and Sweet Lake. Control Your Bet a length and a half in front of Playdate as they make their way now to this final turn. McBubbles, they're in third, stocking the top pair, in Monteamore fourth, 123 and 4 3/4, and Playdate out of the deuce. Here comes Playdate after the 1-5 favorite. Control Your Bet will have to pick it up. In behind McBubbles, and even wider now is Monteamore in the center of the track, and this one looks dangerous at 20-1. Here comes Monteamore along with Playdate. Inside is Control Your Bet. McBubbles between Monteamore or Playdate. Monteamore and McClure at 20-1. It's Monteamore up over Playdate and McBubbles in 152-2. Race 3 finish order from the top is 7-6-3, 5-4-2, 8-1, 9 on the bottom. Race 4 up next. First of 2 Good Times eliminations for the Thrilled Open Trotter. Start of the pick 6. Number 3, Mass Deployment, blind to blinkers. The 4, I Am, can't see back to blinkers. And number 6, Green Arrow Hanover, blind to side rolls. Post time in 10 minutes. Looking ahead to tonight's 5th race, can tell you now 2 claims in on 9 Madrid, 2 claims entered on 9 Madrid in race number 5. Fourth race, Trotters for the first Good Time Stakes elimination on post parade. Number 1 is Midwind Chimp. Doug McNair drives for trainer Marcus Melander and owner SRF Stable. Strobe Light, the 2. James McDonald at the controls. Ben Bear, Jean trains and owns a Clodamel, Nunzio Venom, Glengate Farms. Here's 3 Mass Deployment. Tyler Borth drives, also owns with SNR Racing Stable Incorporated, SMS Ventures Incorporated, Gestion JF Goyette Incorporated, Renee Dion, the trainer. Number 4, I Am, Trevor Henry in the bike. Herb Holland for Carolyn McIsaac. Louis Waugh driving 5, Wolfpack Crown. Tyler Moore trains for Stuart Chambers Racing, BCJM Incorporated, Divine Horse Racing. Number 6, Green Arrow Hanover. Bob McClure at the line. Sean Stacey trains. Mark Stacey, Bertrand Gillespie Stable, share ownership. Yannick Gingras driving number 7, Magic Punk. Oka Svanstead trains for Magic Punk Incorporated. 8 is Land the Plane. Jody Jameson drives for trainer Carl Jameson. Jody and Carl Lone along with David Lemon. And Mike Me Up, number 9, driven by Travis Henrys, trained by Dwayne Marfisi for Yolanda Fellows, Erna and Blair Corbeil, and Mike McAllister. That's your field for the 4th race. First of 2 Good Time Stakes eliminations. Top 5 finishers advance to next Saturday's Rich Final. Post time for the start of tonight's Pick 6 in about 6.
Got yourself a pretty good lineup on paper, at least some of the main contenders in each elimination. But I want to start off with Strobe Light first, one that obviously you're very familiar with, is coming off a runner-up performance. Give me your assessment on his effort last time out, and what are you expecting, going into that elimination this weekend?
Yeah, I think it's been a case of a perfect kind of a start to the season for him. He raced just a quarter of a mile in his elimination. The SPOA finished strong, was second to Doug in the elim, and then come back and won the final. Just went down the road, made front, and got things reasonably his own way, and was able to draw off. And then first gold, Doug had the 10 hole, and it looked like there was lots of speed, and my colt usually can do it any which way. And I raced him maybe a little conservative, but Doug's horse raced. Kudos to him. He raced good. He battled down the stretch and held me off. But I mean, he's a big, strong colt who's getting a little better each time he races, and there's no reason to think he can't be even better his next start.
And do you think the inside, just a couple more things as well, though, obviously in some of those outings, it looked like, at least from my vantage point, that he might have been running in a touch even in that most recent effort. And did that happen to be the case? And do you think the inside draw is going to be problematic for him getting off the card by any chance?
No, I mean, last year he had big time gate speed. We haven't had to use it yet this year. But last year also he was he would get in the turns and he could lose him in the turns. This year he's actually been a little out in the straightaways and a little bumpy, so it's just the way he's rigged up, and he might lean in a hair, but it's what he likes to do, and it's not an issue at all. If I need the gate speed and choose to use it, I know it's there, so he should be prompt for a good effort.
All right, there's James' thoughts on his charge here in this first Good Times elimination. Randy, even money favorite right now, Strobe Light, one that we knew we saw have a lot of success at 2, and so far at 3. I mean, 1 win in 3 starts, 2 runner-up finishes. I mean, he's raced really well so far.
He's the guy to beat, no doubt. In the Ontario Sire Stakes, it's a little different story there. You're going to get some Grand Circuit colts coming up in here now, but definitely the one to beat. I thought last week it was just a bit of traffic problems. Just kind of scares me. I know James said earlier that it doesn't bother him gate speed wise, that he can get him out of there. I just don't know myself. I think that there's a chance that maybe he gets into a spot where he's going to be first up again.
Yeah, and I think a lot of horses have especially kind of further to his outside, they've got gate speed. I know that maybe on paper they don't look like contenders. At least it could be a step up for them. But I tell you what, they're going to give themselves a chance here with top 5 making the eliminations with good draws. I mean, you want to put your horses in pretty good spots, and I think that's what we're going to see from Strobe Light. But I think that, like you mentioned, other horses could get the jump on them. But speaking of which, what kind of trip are we going to see from Land the Plane here tonight? Because if we talk about that speed from the inside. What kind of trip is he going to get tonight?
I think he comes out of there with
Okay,
him. I
yeah.
mean, he's got good gate speed. You know what I mean? I think Jody comes out of there with him. There is going to be a few horses leaving, but he's got Yannick right on his left-hand shoulder. And Yannick pretty well guaranteed that he's going to come out of there a little bit with Magic Punk. It's actually going to work as a blocker for Jody. This horse looks really sharp out there, too. It should work as a blocker with Jody. All he really has to do, stay alongside of Yannick, let everybody on the inside look over and see that it's Yannick. They won't be, they'll probably be looking to back it off a little bit, thinking that they can drop Yannick in front of him. All he has to do is just keep coming with him, I think. And, I'm interested to see the bottom end of this horse. I shouldn't say the bottom end, but say a horse like Strobe Light. This is 2 years in a row where we see him in the 53 range. 53, 53, 53. I don't know what the bottom of this guy is.
Yeah, we don't. You're
yet.
right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? He trotted 53 as a 2-year-old. So I don't know just where the bottom reaches just yet. I know I haven't seen it yet.
Right, and I'm curious to see what the bottom is, even with a horse like Magic Punk, your current even money favorite. I tell you what, this is a trotter that put forth a really, really good effort in that Dexter Cup. I didn't think the qualifier was anything to rave home about. I didn't think the qualifier coming to this Good Times Elim was anything to rave home about either. So we talk about body, of work and track record. Oka Swanstead, no matter what you think of the qualifying efforts, they're ready to race.
They are. Now, can I ask you quickly there, because you're much more onto this than me, going back to Magic Punk. Last qualifier, he finishes 4th. How good did Diabolic Hill come back?
Really? Well, he's making his seasonal debut tonight, actually.
Tonight? Okay.
But both qualifiers that he put forth looked sharp.
Because that's a good reference point.
Listen, reference point is great, but, Magic Punk, he was after him a little bit in that qualifier. There was a few lengths or a couple lengths separating them from the rest of the field, and he was a little bit under the radar. He put forth some pretty good efforts against the likes of Apex last year, this son of Wishing Stone. He wasn't really staked up to any of the major dances, I think partly because of his breeding. He staked up to everything this year, and Sarah Svanstedt said that this is a top 3 colt in their barn. So some high hopes and some high praise for this trotter here this year.
He hasn't done anything wrong.
Nope.
8 starts last year and 7 times in the top 3. 1 start this year and 1 time a winner. And like you said, that was the Dexter Cup.
Yep.
So obviously he's come back good and strong in here. Like I said, the big thing is that if Jody elects to let Yannick go on out of there on his own, I think that's going to put him in a bad spot. But if he comes out of there with him, I don't think that it's going to bother him, because I've seen this horse take some rough journeys into the first turn before, land the plane. Doesn't seem to phase him.
All right, they're getting set to go to the gate here for race number 4. That's going to kick off the pick 6, but that's going to kick off the first of 2 good time eliminations here tonight. Does anyone catch your eye, Chad?
They're all just nice out there, to be honest with you. But Strobe Light always makes a nice presentation, in my opinion. I really like how he looks and how he's come back. Just a real well put together trotter for Team Bergeron Company. An inside draw, 6-5, second choice, Magic Punk. The will-pay favorite is the choice right now at 4-5. He's had success here with a win in his Well But a Limb last year and then second in the final. And now off of his Dexter Cup win, he and Yannick Gingras are in town. It's the first Good Time Stakes elimination. Field of 9 lined up at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field picks up speed at the start, and away they go in the first Good Times elimination. And darting out of there is Green Arrow Hanover from post 6, with Wolfpack Crown to his inside, Magic Punk into the top 3, Strobe Light 4th early on. Then Midwind Chimp, mass deployment, land the plane is parked out. The last pair, I Am and Mike Me Up into the opening turn. And it's Green Arrow Hanover leading the way, parked out for Gingras. And continuing to motor on is Magic Punk. 28 flat opening quarter, and here's Magic Punk ranging up on the outside. He'll now take over into the backstretch. Green Arrow Hanover in second and on the move. Here's Strobe Light out of 4th. And coming after the leaders. So now 4th to the inside is Wolfpack Crown. 3 more to land the plane. He's 2.5 clear of Midwind Chimp, then mass deployment I Am and Mike Me Up. It's Magic Punk, the leader. Strobe Light up on the outside, getting closer. They're now halfway home in 56 flat, and Strobe Light on the outside takes over. Magic Punk chases in the pocket. Green Arrow Hanover, the brief early leader's 3rd. Wolfpack Crown 4th, tightening up in 5th. That's Land the Plane. McNair swings to the outside with Midwind Chimp. And he's going to get some cover times too, because out of the pocket is Magic Punk and Gingras to challenge Strobe Light heading to the final turn. So just over a quarter quarter of a mile to go, and the two favorites now battle it out. Inside, Strobe Light, Magic Punk on the outside, takes over, and Magic Punk crosses over and leads the way 124 and 3 3/4, and it's Magic Punk on top. 2.5 now, 3 lengths in behind. Second is Strobe Light, and then it's Wolfpack Crown, Green Arrow, Hanover Land, the plane in behind them. Magic Punk with a 16th to go is on top by a comfortable 3, and Magic Punk is going to score in good times. Elimination number 1, it's Magic Punk over Strobe Light, and then Wolfpack Crown, Green Arrow, Hanover, and Land the Plane. 152 and 1 for Magic Punk. Seven, 2, 5, 6 unofficial. Coming back to the Winback Farm winner's circle after capturing tonight's 4th race, the first Good Time Stakes elimination for the Thrill Open Trotters. It's number 7, Magic Punk. He'll now secure himself a spot in the Rich Final a week from Saturday, and he'll draw somewhere 2 through 6 on the gates. Magic Punk, a 3-year-old bay colt by Wishing Stone out of the Explosive Matter Dam ID entity, is bred by ID International Trotting and Breeding. Magic Punk Incorporated owns Okas Vonstedt Training. Yannick Gingras, the winning driver. 2 for 2 to start his sophomore campaign is Magic Punk. It's his 6th career victory. He trots a lifetime best tonight, 152 and 1. Race 4 payouts: 7 Magic Punk, 350, 220, 210. Second number 2 Strobe Light, 240, 210. Third number 5 Wolfpack Crown, 770. $2 exacta, $6. Dollar try, $27.50. $1 super, $166.80. $2 double, $121. Dollar pick 3, $265.35. 751.23 remains in the pick 4, $118.86 in the pick 5. And tonight's pick 6, just over 7,000 wagered, and a little more than 3,600 of live money moves to leg number 2.
Magic Punk gets it done here in the first Good Times elimination and a lifetime best 152-1. I'm here alongside winning driver Yannick Gingras. Yannick, the first time you got a chance to sit behind this guy, what were your first impressions?
Hey, he's nice to drive in the race. A little just like Hockey said, he'd be a little aggressive in the post parade in the race. He's two-finger, and that's how he was. He had a lot of trot and push button in the race. Like obviously, I used him a couple times just the way the race shook out, but he was well in hand.
Like you mentioned, he can be a little bit of a handful. Was it a lot easier to let James clear than maybe you had hoped for in that spot? And were you expecting him to have that much trot, given that he was used a couple of times?
Yeah, but in the race, he's two-finger. Like, I had no problem. I could have gone a lot slower. He was beautiful to drive once we got going. Yeah, that was easy to let James go. His horse was one of the horses to beat, so I was happy to do that. And I figured get me to the top of the stretch. So, yeah, it was no worries.
I want to fast forward to tomorrow night, though. You've got a couple of Burke trainees in those North America Cup eliminations. What are your thoughts on Al Papi going into tomorrow night?
I think all systems are go for Papi. We're racing from behind accordingly the first few starts. He wasn't probably not 100%. The boys at the barn, they told me he trained unbelievable this week. They said that's the best he's ever trained since he was even as a 2-year-old. So I think all systems are go for him tomorrow. He's going to get race, and I think he's the horse to beat in his elimination. I really believe that. I think when he's on his game, he's top colt. So I'm looking forward to driving him tomorrow.
And the other elimination, obviously a very deep one, but you, Brew, is one that you've cited by saying that you think he could be the best out of the bunch, out of the Burke trainees. What are you expecting from him tomorrow night?
He's not quite right yet. I don't know. Like I hope he turns the corner. Like Papi seems to have it turned. I'm not sure you Brute is there yet. And on top of it, like you said, he's in the pretty deep water there, and that elimination, it's pretty stacked up. So I think for him, it'd be try to be top 5, try to make the final, and then give him another week so maybe he's a little stronger next time.
Appreciate your time, and best of luck next week with Magic Punk.
Thank you very much.
All right, Magic Punk, Yannick Gingras, Oka Svanstad, they get it done here in Good Times elimination number 1.
Field picks up speed at the start, and away they go in the first Good Times elimination. And darting out of there is Green Arrow Hanover from post 6. With Wolfpack Crown to his inside, Magic Punk into the top 3, Strobe Light. 4th early on. Then Midwind Chimp, mass deployment, land the plane is parked out. The last pair, I Am and Mike Me Up into the opening turn. And it's Green Arrow Hanover leading the way, parked out for Gingras. And continuing to motor on is Magic Punk. 28 flat opening quarter, and here's Magic Punk ranging up on the outside. He'll now take over into the backstretch. Green Arrow Hanover in 2nd and on the move. Here's Strobe Light out of 4th. And coming after the leaders. So now 4th to the inside is Wolfpack Crown. 3 more to land the plane. He's 2.5 clear of Midwind Chimp, then mass deployment I Am and Mike Me Up. It's Magic Punk, the leader. Strobe Light up on the outside, getting closer. They're now halfway home in 56 flat, and Strobe Light on the outside takes over. Magic Punk chases in the pocket. Green Arrow Hanover, the brief early leader's 3rd. Wolfpack Crown 4th, tightening up in 5th. That's Land the Plane. McNair swings to the outside with Midwind Chimp. And he's going to get some cover times too, because out of the pocket is Magic Punk and Gingras to challenge Strobe Light heading to the final turn. So just over a quarter quarter of a mile to go, and the two favorites now battle it out. Inside, Strobe Light, Magic Punk on the outside, takes over, and Magic Punk crosses over and leads the way, 124 and 3 3/4, and it's Magic Punk on top. 2.5 now, 3 lengths in behind. Second is Strobe Light, and then it's Wolfpack Crown, Green Arrow, Hanover Land, the plane in behind them. Magic Punk with a 16th to go is on top by a comfortable 3, and Magic Punk is going to score in Good Times elimination number 1. It's Magic Punk over Strobe Light, and then Wolfpack Crown, Green Arrow, Hanover, and Land the Plane. 152 and 1 for Magic Punk. Race 4 finish order, top down is 729, 63415, 8 on the bottom. Race 5 up next. 2 claims entered on the 9 Madrid, post time in 10 minutes. Fifth race field on track. Number 1, Sorcia Sealster leads parade. Jody Jameson drives. John Pentland trains and owns with RC Molyneux Racing. Peter Charlton, the estate of Archie Leach. Number 2, Pretty Missy May. Bob McClure at the controls for owner-trainer Clifford McGuire. Can't See Me, the 3, gets James McDonald. Sean Stacey trains for Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated. 4 in the group, Gucci Sealster, driven by Doug McNair, sent out by Carmen Osiello for Michael Sergi and David Phillips. Louis Wall will drive 5, Chelsea's Choice. Ricky Montgomery trains for Chelsea Hughes. Number 6, Chief's Dream Girl, J.R. Plon in the sulky. Emma Christoforou training for High Stakes Incorporated. Lady Freight 7, Phil Hudon for owner-trainer Doug High. The 8, Chickabell, driven by Scott Young, is trained by Herb Holland for Vincenzo Strangis. And the 9, Madrid, 2 claims entered. Jonathan Drury drives for trainer Carmen Osiello. Osiello Stables owns. That's your field, race number 5. It's coming up next, post time in 6 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 5. Randy, your thoughts on that Good Times elimination? I thought, a pretty good effort by Magic Punk. What say you?
Yeah, he definitely looked like he was, the best in that tilt. I thought Strobe Light raced good, but he had every chance at him. Just didn't really seem like they were 2 different horses. So I would say the Svanstedt horse really impressed me.
It looked for a second like Land the Plane wasn't maybe going to get into the final, but he found he found some life towards the end. But what was your thoughts on
he's going to need to find a lot more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sure that they're glad that he got into the final, but he's going to have to bring a lot more.
All right, we're going to move on to race number 5. This is going to close out the early pick 5 sequence. And there's the look at our top selection here, Sorcia Sealster. Randy, we know she's got a lot of backlash. She's taken on much, much tougher company over her last few tries. Finally draws inside. This has to be her spot to, pick up a big piece, no?
Yeah, you would have to think, this is one of those situations where you just wish that horses could talk. Say, hey, this is what I'm missing, because this girl should be racing right at the top level, as far as I'm concerned, as a filly's mare, but she's struggling big time this year. I thought 2 starts ago she raced really good for Jody. Coming out of the 10-hole, finished 7th. I thought she raced good for Scotty Young in her last race as well. So I think that the form is okay. And now, she's going to come into this non-winners at 2,500 for the second week in a row. Never would have thought that I would have seen her down here at this point. 0 for 15 this year, 1 for 24 last year. There's definitely a miss somewhere. I just don't know what it would be because she looks good out there.
And she's worked out some good trips, though.
She has.
I mean, she just doesn't, unfortunately, just has had bad racing luck or just doesn't seem to want to get there. But how about the bottom lines, right? She was 3rd against Horizon Sealster and Aviana. 2 mares who have worked their way up in class. So you have to figure that this is a really good spot. And if she can reach back and find some of that back class, this is a pretty good number here at 3-1. Your second choice is going to be the 2-horse Pretty Missy May. She's been racing really, really well. Recently entered Cliff McGuire's barn, and, it's just hard to knock her efforts. She's been really sharp.
She has been, yeah. I mean, I never liked her quite as good on the bigger tracks as I did on the smaller tracks, but she's racing good now on both. So, she's definitely a player in here tonight. Throw her in for the deuce.
The 9-horse Madrid, there's a couple claims in on her. She's been ultra consistent. She's right now 17-1. You have to figure she's going to get raced, but does she have enough even from out there to get the job done?
I don't know if she can get the job done. She's going to get your race. I mean, last week she took a long, long park first over, and she still got the job done for Carmen and JD. The 9-hole in here tonight, I just never really seen her any sharper than she is right now. Not sure how JD's going to work the trip out, but I say no matter what, she's good enough to get onto the ticket.
Well, Chief's Dream Girl right now, she's your current 2-1 favorite. I can't say that I really love her in this spot, and I think at that number, I'd almost have to figure you'd have to play against here in this race.
And my thing is that it seems like they're kind of getting jumbled on how to race her right now. Like some guys are trying her from off like we normally seen her, and other people like to get her involved, and she's just been a little bit of a mystery. I think she looks great out there. You got to give Emma Christoforou big props for the way that she looks, and she looks like she's a sharp horse out there right now, but I just don't get a read off of her right now.
Sharp. Look, she could put forth a good effort, but this is also a numbers game. This is a game of value as well. And I just think at 5-2, I think there's just better alternatives here. And I think you're right, though, on one thing. She doesn't like the front.
No.
She got there 2 back. I think that's why we saw her falter. She could get it done with a pretty good trip. But like I said, she's 0 for 15 on the year. She's the current favorite. I think you should go shopping elsewhere as a player.
I you know something, John? I mean, obviously, a lot of this is going to come down to who gets control early.
Yep.
I think that Madrid at 15-1 with 2 claims launched on her is a big number at 16-1. And one of the biggest reasons why I think this about her as well is the fact that she does have the gate speed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we've seen Dougie. You remember when Rick Zeron had her? Dougie used to chop miles with this thing all the time and get the job done. So obviously the gate speed is there if JD looks to call on it.
How about this? The lukewarm favorite at 4-1 last time out Madrid from Post 4. Right now, 13-1, 29-1 on Pretty Missy May, and now she's the current 5-2 favorite. So is the Post discrepancy that big of a difference? Because I tell you what, Madrid to me looked done when she was. I thought, you know what, she's gonna pick up just a piece. But she kept coming. She raced really, really well, and she has been racing well. But is the Post causing for that big of a discrepancy in the odds board?
I don't know. Like I just don't understand it. You know what I mean? Because like I said, to me, she is Madrid more or less not the pacing version of Mr. Magic, like in this 20 optional
Consistent
20 claimer.
Yes,
She's always a part of it. Mr. Magic the same way, and here she is at 10-1. And we got 3 horses on the inside. Sorcia Sealster's had 1 win in 39 starts. Pretty Missy May, 4 out of 18 this year. Obviously, she does know how to win races. Can't See Me, who's at 4-1. Hasn't won a race in 12 starts now, but yet Madrid, who just won her last start in the same class, for some reason they don't want to play her.
Yeah, bizarre. And I tell you what, this is the horse on screen right now, Chelsea's Choice, that intrigues me. She seems to kind of win when nobody expects it, and we've seen a couple of times blow up the tote board with Louis Wa in the past. Who's back aboard here tonight for the first time in several tries? Louis Wa. This is why this is... for me, one that I would definitely include in my business because I've seen this story before. Maybe I'm wrong here tonight. I very well could be, given what we've seen from her lately. But when Louis pops on, we've seen some good efforts from her in the past.
Yeah, Louis got them light hands, right? I mean, he jumps up on any horse. He's just like Dougie or James or Bobby or a bunch of these other guys. They can make wicked things happen. And, she's obviously in decent form right now, Chelsea's Choice. So, this is a live drive for Louis.
You mentioned Can't See Me. I can't quite pinpoint what's going on with it. We know she's got so much speed and talent. She just hasn't been able to put it together.
No, she hasn't, but she is picking up the mighty JM Mac tonight. And, we both know he can do amazing things with horses.
Fifth race field taking up their positions behind the gate as we close out tonight's early pick 5. Group of 9 in here, 2-1 on Pretty Missy May. Has been a nice find for Clifford McGuire so far. Definitely paying her way. She now floats up to 5-2. A couple of 7 or 2 shots. 3 Can't See Me and 6 Chiefs Dream Girl. Sorcia Sealster now at 7 or 2 as well. It's post time for the 5th race. They're lined up. Here they come. Few near the outside, gapped off. Away they go off in pacing. Pretty Missy May inside, leaves with Gucci Sealster. A couple of doors to that one's outside. And Gucci Sealster now power ahead in front of Pretty Missy May with Madrid, the claim doors, looking to drop into a seat 3rd in front of Sorcia Sealster 4th. Settling 5th will be Can't See Me in front of Chief's Dream Girl. Then Chelsea's Choice, Lady Frayed, and Chickabel. Single file into the opening bend. It's Gucci Sealster and McNair at 32-1 to the first quarter and 27-4 out of the deuce. Pretty Missy May. Right line as they straighten up into the backstretch, and hot on that one's heels is Madrid. So Pretty Missy May takes over from Gucci Sealster, but now dealing with Madrid up on the outside. Sorcia Sealster in the meantime, she was bet down as the 2-1 race favorite, and she's 4th and staying in, it looks like. First up, Can't See Me. Out of 5th on her back is Chief's Dream Girl. To the inside is Chelsea's Choice. Another 2 to Lady Frayed and Trailer Chickabel. The half was 56-2 for leader Madrid. A length and a half in front of Pretty Missy May. Now 3 clear of Gucci Sealster, who backs away on the turn. Can't See Me takes over 3rd outside. Being towed into contention a bit closer is Chief's Dream Girl, pinned in Sorcia Sealster. Lady Frayed to the outside, and then Chelsea's Choice and Chickabel to 3/4 they go, and it's Madrid by by 2. Pretty Missy May in second. Wide off the final turn. Chiefs Dream Girl 124 to 3/4. It's Madrid leading it. Pretty Missy May angles back out of the pocket here. McClure calls on her. Chiefs Dream Girl in the center. Wide from the back is Lady Freight, and behind horses, Sorcia Sealster. Here's Pretty Missy May between outside Chiefs Dream Girl, Madrid, and Lady Freight. Pretty Missy May, Chiefs Dream Girl or Madrid. Pretty Missy May gets her head to the line first. It's Pretty Missy May for a win in 152 3. Two 9, 6, 7 unofficial. Race 5 winner, number 2, Pretty Missy May, is back in front of us. The 5-year-old bay mare by Big Jim out of the Sports Rotterdam Lomas Sporties, owned and trained by Clifford McGuire. Driven to victory by Bob McClure. That's his third of the night. Pretty Missy May, 5 for 19 this year. 14th career score, 152 3 tonight. It's a lifetime best. It's Pretty Missy May at 3 to 1. Payouts from race 5. Number 2, Pretty Missy May, $850 for $33. Second 9, Madrid, $11.90 and $5.70. Third, number 6, Chiefs Dream Girl, $2.70. $100.80, the $2 exact. A payoff, $251.80 for a dollar try. $2,448.85 for a $1 super. $2 double, $15.60. $1 pick 3, $195.60. $1 early pick 5 ticket, $3,260.20. 137.09 live in the pick 4 heading to the final leg, and 876 and some change still live in the pick 6. 2 claims were entered on 9 Madrid, taken for $25,000. Winning claimant, drawn by lot, Nancy McGuire, with Clifford McGuire getting a new one to train. near the outside, gapped off. Away they go off in pacing. Pretty Missy May inside, leaves with Gucci Sealster. A couple of doors to that one's outside. Gucci Sealster now power ahead in front of Pretty Missy May with Madrid, the claim doors, looking to drop into a seat third. In front of Sorcia Sealster fourth. Settling fifth will be Can't See Me in front of Chief's Dream Girl. Then Chelsea's Choice, Lady Frayed, and Chickabell. Single file into the opening bend. It's Gucci Sealster and McNair at 32-1 to the first quarter and 27-4 out of the deuce. Pretty Missy May. Right line as they straighten up into the backstretch, and hot on that one's heels is Madrid. So Pretty Missy May takes over from Gucci Sealster, but now dealing with Madrid up on the outside. Sorcia Sealster in the meantime, she was bet down as the 2-1 race favorite, and she's fourth and staying in, it looks like. First up, Can't See Me. Out of fifth on her back is Chief's Dream Girl. To the inside is Chelsea's Choice. Another two to Lady Frayed and trailer Chickabell. The half was 56-2 for leader Madrid. A length and a half in front of Pretty Missy May. Now three clear of Gucci Sealster, who backs away on the turn. Can't See Me takes over third outside. Being towed into contention a bit closer is Chief's Dream Girl, pinned in Sorcia Sealster. Lady Frayed to the outside, and then Chelsea's Choice and Chickabell to three quarters they go, and it's Madrid by two. Pretty Missy May in second. Wide off the final turn. Chief's Dream Girl 124 to three quarters. It's Madrid leading it. Pretty Missy May angles back out of the pocket here. McClure calls on her. Chief's Dream Girl in the center. Wide from the back is Lady Frayed, and behind horses Sorcia Sealster. Here's Pretty Missy May between outside Chief's Dream Girl, Madrid, and Lady Frayed. Pretty Missy May, Chief's Dream Girl or Madrid? Pretty Missy May gets her head to the line first. It's Pretty Missy May for a win in 152-3. Here's how they all finished in tonight's fifth race. From the top, it reads 5-1-8, 7-6-3, 4-9, 2 on the bottom. Race 6 up next. It's the second Good Time Stakes elimination for the Thrilled Open Trotters. Start of tonight's late pick 5. There's no changes. Post time in 14 minutes.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label the same, with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Exactly, just 2 starts that you've gotten a chance to sit behind him, and he's been a perfect 2 for 2. What have been your thoughts with this trotter, and what are you expecting from him on Friday night?
I've just loved him. I mean, 2 starts. Even the qualifier when Louis went with him, he followed strobe light and he was glued to my helmet down the lane. I remember coming in and saying, "Who was that?" Like, because he sounded like he had a lot of trot. So he's really impressed me. I know Louis loved him when he went with him. He was he's a little warm, so they had a open on him, open bridle, and he kind of half pulled up his first start with Louis, and then they changed the bridle, and he's been all systems go. I mean, he won from a tough spot last time. I probably had him too far back, and he won anyway. So just a nice horse who's coming into the race good, and hopefully I got the 2 to beat in the good times.
Six race trotter for the second Good Time Stakes elimination. Number 1 is classified. Louis Waugh drives. Matt Bax training for Al Libfeld. Number 2, exactly. James McDonald aboard. Steve Boston's trains and owns with Brent Holmes, Noah Noza stable, and ECS Racing. Number 3, Naver Punt, driven by Yannick Gingras, sent out by Marcus Melander for Coron Incorporated. 4 is Another Great Mass. Trevor Henry and the sulky Ed Piccone Jr. trains for Wade Piccone. Number 5, Felix Hanover, driven by Tyler Borth. Ben Bergeron trains and owns, along with Santo Annunziovena. Royal Captain number 6, Tyler Jones at the controls. Dustin Jones trains for Royal Captain Group. The 7, Touched by an Angel, Doug McNair drives. Dwayne Marfisi trains. Yolanda Fellows, Blair Crubio, Mike McAllister, and Peter Porter are the owners. Number 8, Dream for Peace, driven by Mark McDonald, sent out by trainer Sean Stacy for the ownership of Hudson Standardbred Stable Incorporated and Bridle Path Stables Limited. And number 9, Captain Nathan, driven by Scott Young. Jess Hayter trains and owns with Ed Hayter. That's your field for race number 6. Top 5 finishers advance to the Grade 2 Good Times final a week from Saturday. Race 6 starts our late pick 5 wager in about 6 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 6, and that's going to kick off. That's going to wrap up the Good Times elimination, I should say. A field of 9 going posted. Your current 4-5 favorite, Randy, is a charter that you and I both raved about on the pre-show. That his name is Exactly, a son of bar hopping who entered Steve Boston's care this year, and I personally think he's been eye-catching.
Yeah, I agree with you. The speed has been really, really unbelievable, you know, and now his manners have gotten really good too. That first time I watched him race where he decided to kind of take himself off the track, I'm thinking, uh-oh, but he's never, ever offered anything like that. And it was funny because I was talking to Stevie Boston's right after that, and I just asked him, I said, do you have any idea why he would do that? And he honestly thought he had his head halter too tight, and it was pinching him. And that's why he did what he did. And he said he loosened it up, and he's been good ever since.
Yeah, because I was absolutely shocked with that.
Me too.
When he did that, because the qualifying effort was really strong.
Wicked good.
And then when he had to requalify again, I thought that was a great qualifying effort again. And so far, so good in 2 starts. And 4-5 favorite, but I think he's definitely deserving of a favorite status. But I don't really think the inside draw is going to really matter for him per se in this spot. I think he should be able to get away in a pretty good spot. And one thing we've learned with him, though, Randy, is it hasn't really seemed to matter where he's gotten away because his speed has bailed him out. But this is a tougher group here tonight.
It is, and my only caution would be to James that I wouldn't make up my mind right away.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I think I'd let him, if he wanted to float a little, even if it got him into a bad spot, like say he gets away 4th or something, make a remove. If he gets away 5th, come first over. I don't think it matters. You know what I mean? I think he's good that way, but I just don't think you want to get too far back tonight.
Yeah, and I think if he gets into the final, it's going to be decision time for James, obviously, between Strobe Light as well as Exactly.
Look at that economical little ticket there.
I think I was scratched into for a
$3 ticket.
Yeah,
I can afford that one. I'll play it for 20 cents, but I can afford it.
Times are tough these days, Randy. Times are tough.
There you go. $36 ticket. There you go.
But you know what? We both have the same single Exactly, and I think for good reason. But the other horse taking some support here, Touched by an Angel. He was gelded heading into his 3-year-old campaign, and I think, again, so far so good with this, with this son of Archangel.
Yeah, he's racing extremely well, but, I mean, I got to say that last gold, that's big props to the driver on that one. I don't think anybody was expecting him to blast that horse out of the 10 hole the way that he did, and he surprised them so much that there wasn't a remove or anything. I think that they were all just kind of trying to figure out what just happened, you know, and by the time they figured out what just happened, Dougie'd stolen the race at that point.
It seems like, I mean, I don't know if it's a coincidence or not, but it seems like since being gelded, he's just been a little bit more focused, even cutting the mile, because last year I remember he really wasn't as sharp being on the lead. He was much better when he was chasing horses. Whenever he was on the front, never really could finish off those miles. So far this year, it hasn't been the case. He's been good.
He has been. I mean, look at him out there. Like, I mean, that's a horse that is completely happy to be out there.
But one thing, the difference between a horse like Touched by an Angel versus Strobe Light, I think with a Touched by an Angel, I think the handiness has really benefited from him. I think he's, like you mentioned with Doug, he's won races putting him in good spots against Strobe Light. I don't know who's deeper per se just yet. It's a little too early. But advantage Doug and his scope being a lot more handier and putting him in great spots.
Yeah, I wouldn't know which one would be deeper either, but I would say that if you asked me which one's got the more power, I would go with Strobe Light.
Okay, all right. We're gonna look.
But I think this guy's very handy.
Naver Punt is one that's going to be sent out here by trainer Marcus Melander, coming off a second-place effort there in the All-Stars at Pocono. Listen, an outfit that you have to respect at all times.
Oh, absolutely, for sure. I mean, you know, he brings in really, really nice horses, and he does a really good job. This is going to be Yannick's, I think, last drive of the night. He's going to be back to join us tomorrow. He's heading back to baby races, back to New Jersey, do baby races in the morning, and then back up here tomorrow night.
Busy.
The life of a successful catch driver.
Busy schedule. It would be nice if the schedules could kind of arrange all around the same, you know, like in good favor, right? But back and forth they go. Dexter had to do it a couple of years ago, right, with his Twinbee Joe Fresh, and then back to baby races in here.
I was always pretty lucky that way because I was kicked out of everywhere else.
You see, sometimes it's perks being a bit of a troublemaker. But let's talk about Royal Captain. This is one who comes off a runner-up effort last time out. This son of Captain Corey really caught our eyes last year when he kicked off his young career. I think some of those miles at the Red Mile against some of the top trotters in the division, I think it might have just tired him out a little bit, but he seems to have come back nice and sharp.
He has, but I'm looking at it a different way. I think that maybe he was bleeding towards the end of his last year, you know, when he started to get tired, and now he comes out this year, and right away they got him on the Lasix program, and I thought he raced real good on that Lasix program. I'm actually quite wondering just how far the Lasix will take this guy, because I think that there's some talent.
Without a doubt, he's got a good draw to work with. I think this is a trotter we'll see be put in play, and there's Exactly. hopefully he can keep it together by the time that the gate rolls. You still got a bit of time here to punch in your late pick fives. This is going to wrap up Good Times elimination action. Good luck.
Yeah, lining up behind the gate as the guys talk about final call to wager. Looks like we've got a good pool in the works here for the late pick five. Exactly at 4-5 on back-to-back wins here locally. He's been sharp for Boston's and Company. He's the odds-on favorite. Touched by an Angel has been fantastic as well against his fellow Ontario sired horses, including a winner in the latest gold from the 10 hole in front of Strobe Light. Second in the first Good Time elims. Field at the top of the stretch, all lined up for race number 6. Here they come. And off stride, exactly. Exactly, making a break at the start. The rest of them get away cleanly in the early going. Down the center's Royal Captain, powering out of there for Tyler Jones, along with another great mass. Classified, pushing through now from the rail to try and secure a spot near the early leader, Royal Captain. He'll get it in the deuce as another great mass has got to go to Plan B's in the 3 hole. 2 in front of Touched by an Angel, who took the late money. He's even money favorite, and he gets away 4th after a snappy 26-3 opening quarter. Naver Punt away 5th. 3 more lengths to Felix Hanover, then Dream for Peace, Captain Nathan, and further back to the resetting exactly. Single file, the field goes by 3/8. Royal Captain leads the way, just over a length in front of Classified. Another great mass, 3rd, and Touched by an Angel, the 4th one. Naver Punt is 5th, and he wanted to get on the move, and that gets McNair to the 4 hole with Touched by an Angel, so Gingras gets his wish. Second over with Naver Punt. Halfway home in 55-4 is leader Royal Captain. Jones looks over his shoulder. He sees the favorite getting closer. He's now second, a length and a half away on the outside. Classified to the inside 3rd. Naver Punt a second over 4th. And loosely gapped inside there is another great mass, 5th. Outside of that one, Felix Hanover. Then back to Captain Nathan, Dream for Peace, and another 15 or so to exactly. 3/4 for Royal Captain, reached in 124 flat. He comes off of the final turn with a lead of about a half length. Touched by an Angel inching in and now taking over. Here's Touched by an Angel to strike the front. And now closing at him is Naver Punt in the center of the track, but he's got 2.5 to make up. McNair calling on Touched by an Angel. Naver Punt closing at him. Inside, Touched by an Angel. Naver Punt getting closer with the line coming. Naver Punt got up. It's Naver Punt right on the line. Touched by an Angel second. Royal Captain third. 151-4 for Naver Punt. Three, 7, 6, and 1 unofficial. Coming back to the Winback Farm winner's circle after capturing his Good Time Stakes elimination, it's number 3, Naver Punt. Naver Punt, a 3-year-old bay colt by Bar Hopping out of the Donato Hanover Dam Twice as Right, was bred by Brittany Farms, is owned by Coron Incorporated, trained to victory by Marcus Melander and Yannick Gingras. Comes to town, sweeps both Good Times eliminations aboard 2 trotters that he's sitting behind for the first time. Naver punt with his first of the year in his 3rd try. 2nd career score. It's a lifetime best easily tonight, 151-4. Naver punt right on the line. Picks off, touched by an Angel to secure himself a spot in the Grade 2 Good Times final a week Saturday. He'll draw from post positions 2 through 6 in that rich final.
Here alongside winning driver Yannick Gingras, who swept both Good Times eliminations, this time with Naver punt in a lifetime best 151-4. Yannick, another one that you drove for the first time. What did Marcus tell you about this trotter coming tonight?
Actually, nothing at all. The kid that was here with him tonight just said he was nice to drive, nothing special with him. He's easy to drive, so just figure it out in the post parade.
The fractions went pretty quick. Obviously, a half of 55 and change. You followed a pretty good one. Did you feel confident turning for home that you could probably convert tonight?
Yeah, in the middle of the last one I did, yes, but then when we kicked for home, Dougie kind of took off a little bit, and I was like, all right, we'll be second. And he was still trotting, but down late, he really dug in, and got by Doug's horse. So credit to the horse.
All right, well, a pretty good showing here for you tonight. I know an early flight for you tomorrow. We'll see you back here tomorrow night, and best of luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, there's Naver punt, Yannick Gingras, Marcus Melander. They get it done here in the 2nd Good Times elimination.
And 3 Naver punt returns 1060, 390, 310. Second, number 7, touched by an Angel, 260, 250. Third, number 6, Royal Captain, 580. $2 exacta, 25.90. $1 try, $72. $1 super, 340.45. $2 double, 110.50. A $1 pick 3, 134.40. $1 winning early pick 4, 1,174.25. Almost 57,000 pumped into the late pick 5 pool with more than 7,100 moving on, and the pick 6 halfway through the wager, 85.88 remains live. Race number 6, here they come. And off stride, exactly, making a break at the start. The rest of them get away cleanly in the early going. Down the centers, Royal Captain powering out of there for Tyler Jones, along with another great mass. Classified, pushing through now from the rail to try and secure a spot near the early leader, Royal Captain. He'll get it in the deuce as another great mass has got to go to Plan B's in the 3-hole. 2 in front, a touch by an Angel, who took the late money. He's even money favorite, and he gets away 4th after a snappy 26-3 opening quarter. Naver punt away 5th. 3 more lengths to Felix Hanover, then Dream for Peace, Captain Nathan, and further back to the resetting exactly. Single file, the field goes by 3/8. Royal Captain leads the way, just over length in front of Classified. Another great mass, 3rd, and touched by an Angel, the 4th one. Naver Punt is 5th, and he wanted to get on the move, and that gets McNair to the 4-hole with Touch by an Angel, so Gingras gets his wish. Second over with Naver Punt. Halfway home in 55 and 4 is Leader Royal Captain. Jones looks over his shoulder. He sees the favorite getting closer. He's now second, a length and a half away on the outside. Classified to the inside third. Naver Punt a second over 4th. And loosely gapped inside there is another Great Mass 5th. Outside of that one, Felix Hanover. Then back to Captain Nathan Dream for Peace, and another 15 or so to exactly. 3/4 for Royal Captain, reached in 124 flat. He comes off for the final turn with a lead of about a half length. Touch by an Angel inching in and now taking over. Here's Touch by an Angel to strike the front. And now closing at him is Naver Punt in the center of the track, but he's got 2.5 to make up. McNair calling on Touch by an Angel. Naver Punt closing at him. Inside, Touch by an Angel. Naver Punt getting closer with the line coming. Naver Punt got up. It's Naver Punt right on the line. Touch by an Angel second. Royal Captain third. 151 and 4 for Naver Punt. Finish order from race 6. From the top, it's 491, 683, 257 on the bottom. Race 7 is where we head to next. Number 9, Dreamfear Diamond, will go steel to aluminum up front tonight. Post time in 11 minutes. Let's meet the field for race 7. Number 1 is CJ Desby. Louis Waugh drives her trainer Jacques Dupont. Sylvain Deschenaux, the owner. Dan O'Brien owns, trains, drives 2 McJazz. Number 3, Kissed by a Stranger. Travis Henry in the sulky. Matt Dupuis trains for Joe Muskokeman. Here's the 4, Romantic Beauty. Doug McNair for trainer Greg McNair. Jim Everett Sr. owns. Number 5, Shuri, driven by Todd Aborth, is trained by Jason Libby for Robert LeBlanc, Pride Stables Incorporated, and William Beatty. Number 6, Malicious Speed, driven by Jonathan Drury, is trained by Jody Cullen for Don McRae. Jody Cullen also sending out the 7, Horse with a Plan for the A1 Stable Blair, Kid and John Collins, Travis Cullen between the wheels. A Bet's a Bet 8, Jody Jameson for trainer Jeff Williams, Mardon Stables Hudson, Standardbred Stable Incorporated, and Al McIntosh Holdings Incorporated own. Number 9, Dream Fair Diamond gets James McDonald, Jason Libby for John Lamers. And Mark McDonald drives the 10, Adina Hanover from the outside for trainer Sean Stacy and owner Nick Way Farms. That's your group for the 7th. It's coming up in 5 minutes.
They're on trackers. We get set for race number 7. Randy, I even got a text just when we got our done our hit in race 6, and they said, exactly, doesn't quite look like that. As such on the track, and even right before the gate, you said, man, there's a good chance he could put in a bobble here, and unfortunately, we hate to see that, but it
he wasn't settling. That's the worst thing to do with a trotter too, when they don't settle, and you got the inside wing of the gate, and you're trying to get this guy to. It just wasn't going to work. He was like half dog trotting when he was still behind the gate.
Never want to see that, especially in an elimination, obviously, right?
No, I just want you just want to see the best horse win the race,
without a doubt. But nice trip there by Naver Punt, who obviously got tripped. I tell you what, touched by an Angel was pretty sharp. I mean, he had no business digging in as much as he did. He's been awesome. He really has been.
He has been, absolutely. I mean, and he's so handy. You can just do whatever you want.
You just hope. Listen, when horses race like that in the elimination, as tough as a horse like Touched by an Angel did, you just hope the post gods can at least reward them, because it sucks to race that way, aggressive, and then draw the outside. Yeah, right. Exactly. All right, we're gonna move on here to race number 7. And speaking of Doug, he's aboard the current 3-5 favorite, Romantic Beauty. You and I in the betting public as well seem to think that this daughter of Bettor's Delight should have every opportunity to get her picture taken here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, she's been racing really good, and she's really about the only gold filly, like true gold filly, in here. There's been a few that have raced at that level, but not really to the degree and the way that she looks on the end of it. Comes out of that amazing family of Jim Avret from Lebanon, Kentucky. I mean, out of that Precious Beauty. I mean, this is just a license to print money. Mm-hmm. And I think that this one, even though she didn't show us anything, unbelievable last year, she did have 3 out of 8 wins, did have a mark of 51-4, but I think she's come back even stronger this year.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, still took a pretty quick mark, showed that speed, and this is a tough look. We've got some really tough provincial fillies, the likes of a Clean Deal, Dea. I mean, she's a bulldog when she's on her. Like, there's a lot of, and how about PNG Shadow asserting herself into the mix, putting forth good efforts. We've got a lot of talent whether it be the Colts or the Phillies.
Isn't A Clean Deal basically the female counterpart to Bojangles? I mean, really, she's only been beat once.
She's got a lot of toughness.
Yeah, she is. She's a pretty special filly herself.
It takes a lot, though. I think it takes a lot to be compared to a horse.
Unfortunately, though, they're both by cattle wash, so they're not going to hook up.
No, yeah, exactly. And we're going to, with some other starters in this race, you touched on Kissed by a Stranger, 14-1. Look, this is a step up, but I tell you what, this Matt Dupuis trainee has done some good things.
She's got speed. You know, I mean, sometimes maybe the manners don't follow the speed, but the speed is crazy, crazy good. And I think that Travis, you know, maybe learned something from her a couple of starts ago when he put her in front and she was having nothing to do with it, you know, whatsoever. Last week he found her a target. She's a different horse.
Speaking of a target, horse with a plan. She's raced consistently with the target, and I think the efforts have been good. The trips haven't always worked out in her favor, but sooner or later, she's going to get her picture taken here yet again. Just 1 for 19 in her young career, but again, I think the efforts have been good.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. You know, she's, 11 starts last year, only the 1 win, but 6 times on the board. 8 starts this year, 4 times on the board, but no wins yet. It almost want to make you wonder, is she been tasting a little blood? What
do you make of CJ Desby here? The second choice at 4-1. She's got the rail, made a miscue at London last time up, but we've seen some good efforts from this daughter of Bettor's Delight.
I thought she raced real good here the week before she headed down to London. So, you know, I threw her in for third. I don't really like the rail, but I think she looks good out there, and I think that her form is good.
I think Militia Speed, by virtue of the draw here, should have every chance to pick up a piece, or at least hit the ticket underneath.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't use Horse with a Plan, but I did use the other Cullen one, Militia Speed. You know, I think that she fits in here a little bit better.
All right, there's your current 1-2 favorite, the 4-horse Romantic Beauty. She's going to look to get her picture taken for the first time in 2026. Good luck.
Last call to wager. Field for the 7th. Lining up behind the gate, we've got a full group of 10. Fillies and mares here, non-winners of 2 group. 3-5 on 4 Romantic Beauty, that well-bred daughter Bettor's Delight. Gets a brief reprieve from her Ontario Sires Stakes action. She's been in the SBOA, the OSS Gold. Be awaiting her next OSS test. Next closest to her on the board from the rail is CJ Desby. Making miscues at the raceway in London, but back here to the big track. It's post time now for race 7. Here they come. On the gate, and away they go. They're off and pacing. Inside, Kissed by a Stranger, quick off the wings of the gate. Militia Speed down the center. Romantic Beauty in behind that early pair from the rail. CJ Desby outside of that one. Shuri looking to tuck. Wide is a Bet's a Bet. And then it's Mick Jazz. Last 3 in the group are led by Horse with a Plan, who's followed by Dreamfair Diamond and Adina Hanover last. Militia Speed and Drury leading a length. 26-1 opening quarter. Kissed by a Stranger second. Romantic Beauty, the odds-on favorite on the move out of the 3-hole. And here comes Romantic Beauty to surge up and by. So Romantic Beauty takes over from Militia Speed and Kissed by a Stranger. CJ Desby was brought to the outside, but she's going to have to go back to the inside here as pumping the brakes is Juan CJ Desby. She slides back in front of Shuri 5th. And then a Bet's a Bet 6th. 7th one is Horse with a Plan. Further back, Dreamfair Diamond, Dan Adina Hanover, and Mick Jazz, a breaker in the backfield. 54 down to the half, Romantic Beauty. Militia Speed tapped along to stay with her in second. 2.5 more to Kissed by a Stranger than CJ Desby and Shuri. A length and a half more of Bet's a Bet. Outside is Horse with a Plan. I'll break a 3 to Dreamfair Diamond. Adina Hanover starting up McJazz Trails. 3/4 in 1. 21-3 for Romantic Beauty. And she comes off of this final turn after some wicked fractions. And she's got 2 right now on Militia Speed. Kissed by a Stranger, called on to pick it up in the center. Up the inside, a Bet's a Bet with some late pace. Romantic Beauty still leading. A Bet's a Bet closing. Now shut off. She's trying to get to the outside. If she can shake free here, she might get her. Here's a Bet's a Bet on the outside to pickpocket Romantic Beauty and get the win. A Bet's a Bet in 150-2 at 19-1. 8-4-3-6 unofficial. Here's number 8, a bet's a bet. Upsetting the 7. She's back in front of us. Thorough Bay filly by All Bets Off out of the Mach 3 Dam, West 3rd Street. She's owned by Mardon Stables Hudson, Standardbred Stable Incorporated, and Al McIntosh Holdings Incorporated. Jeff Williams trains. Jody Jameson, the winning driver. Found a seam late. A bet's a bet. Gets her first of the year in 5 tries. Now a 2-time winner. And the daughter of All Bets Off in 150 and 2. She had some speed to chase, and she got to the line first. Nice effort from a bet's a bet. If you liked her, you'll be rewarded nicely. 19-1 final odds on a bet's a bet. Seventh race payouts. Winner number 8, a bet's a bet, 40, 40, 13, 20, and 9, 10. Second number 4, Romantic Beauty, 260, 210. Third, 3, Kissed by a Stranger, 430. $2 Exacta, 114.70. Dollar Try, 239.15. The $1 Super, $990.65. $2 Double, 190.50. Dollar Pick 3, 1,290.40. Pick 5 taking a big hit down to 237.62, and the Pick 6 completely wiped out of live money into a carryover situation for Saturday's program. So an exciting Saturday. We'll get even better with a little bit of a carryover to seed the pool in tomorrow's Pick 6. That'll start in race number 4.
Welcome everyone inside the boardroom here at Woodbine Mohawk Park as Pepsi North America Cup Night 2026 is starting to take shape. My name is Mark McKelvey alongside Race Secretary Jim Gillespie. It's time to draw the post positions for 2 of our finals coming up next Saturday night. We're going to start first with the trotting mares in the Armbro Flight. Now, there was no eliminations needed for this event. 11 were entered. The purse will be $215,000. So with that, Jim, we've got 11 balls here, 11 names to go into the box. Let's get right down to business as we'll find out where everyone will start in next Saturday's Armbro Flight. Our feature race every year for trotting mares, a returning champion, a part of the group of 11 this year. So, Jim, we've shuffled up the names already. We've got the balls now in the bin. And the first one out is Miracle Maven. So the second tier comes off the board right away. The Ron Burke trainee, Yannick Gingras, is listed to drive. It'll be post 11 for Miracle Maven. And we'll let that populate up onto the screen. Mona Lishi is the next one out. Post position number 2, an inside starting spot for Mona Lishi, the Ontario sired standout for trainer Blake McIntosh. James McDonald is listed to drive. Next one out is Champagne Problems. Outside starting spot for Champagne Problems, trained by Nancy Tactor. Louis Waugh listed. Post position number 10 for Champagne Problems. Career winner of over $800,000. Nelson Bright Eagle is next. Post position number 5 for Nelson Bright Eagle. Jody Jameson listed for trainer Oka Svanstead. So a middle starting spot for that one. And one of a few coming from the Svanstead barn for this Armbro Flight final. Post 5. Next out is going to be Dial Square.
Post 7.
So there's another one for trainer Oka Svanstead, and this is the returning champion from a year ago. Now, James McDonald is listed on this one as well, so he'll have a decision to make. Tough decision, no doubt about it. Post 7 for Dial Square. Bravo Angel is next.
Post 8.
Post position number 8 for Bravo Angel for Per Engblom. Jason Bartlett is listed, so Bravo Angel into the mix. Post position number 8, career winner of over $400,000. Bourbonista is next. Post position number 9 for Bourbonista. This one from the Marcus Melander barn, and we'll talk more about the Melander stable in a little bit. Dexter Dunn is listed, so post 9 for Bourbonista. Still a few more to go. Warrowie Michelle is next. Post position number 4 for Warrowie Michelle. Another one for Oka Svanstead. Has himself listed to drive on that champion. So Warrowie Michelle, post position number 4. All right. Next one out, Cadiddle. Post position number 3 for one of the local competitors in the Armbro Flight. Scott Young listed to drive for trainer Jerry Duford. It's going to be post position number 3 for Cadiddle. So we're down to a couple remaining. Stormont Beautiful is next.
Post 1.
It's going to be the rail for Stormont Beautiful. We remember her last year, late in the season, really taking everybody attention, and now into her 4-year-old season, hoping to make some noise. Bob McClure for Kevin Ben. Yo Tilly. Post position number 6 for Yo Tilly. Another one making that jump now to 4. Andrew Harris, Todd McCarthy on the well-accomplished Yo Tilly. So that is your field for the 2026 Armbro Flight. And with that, it's one of several marquee races, including the Good Times coming up next Saturday. And we did have those eliminations a little bit earlier tonight. They were races 4 and 6. So we're going to draw that one as well now. We'll flip things over. Now, Jim, we do need to remind everybody that the elimination winners, in this case, get to draw for posts 2 through 6. So with that, Magic Punk and Naver Punt are going to go in. Posts 2 through 6. Yannick Gingras sweeping the eliminations earlier this evening. This is the Good Times final, 3-year-old trotters. Naver Punt.
Post 5.
Post 5 for Naver Punt. 151-4 winner in tonight's second elimination for Marcus Melander. First win of the season, was just 1 for 9 as a rookie. Magic Punk is next.
Post 3.
Post position number 3, trained by Okas Fonstead. Yannick Gingras mentioned did the driving tonight. 152-1 winner in that first elimination. Dexter Cup winner, so a great stakes winner already this season. All right, the other 8 are going to go in now, Jim. Let's throw the rest of the balls in. We don't need ball number 11 in this case. We can tell you that the also eligible, we drew that a little bit earlier for that final of the 6th place finishers, is going to be I Am for trainer Herb Holland. That'll be the AE in the good times. All right. First one out is going to be Land the Plane.
Post 7.
Post position number 7 for Land the Plane for Team Jameson, Jody and Carl. Land the Plane got into the final after racing in that first elimination, finishing 5th. Strobe Light.
Post 1.
It's going to be the rail for Strobe Light. That one gets an inside starting spot. Strobe Light, James McDonald, Ben Bayarjan, O'Brien Award winner, finished 2nd in the first elimination earlier this evening. So that one is going to have a rail starting position in the final. Royal Captain is next.
Post 8.
Post position number 8 for Royal Captain for Team Jones, Tyler and Dustin. And we saw that one out on the front, setting some pretty good fractions in the second elimination and hung in there to finish 3rd. So Royal Captain going to get post 8. Wolfpack Crown is next.
Post 2.
Post position number 2 for Wolfpack Crown, trained by Tyler Moore, driven by Louis Waugh. We saw that one compete in elimination number 1, and Wolfpack Crown finished 3rd. Another on the board finish. It's already got 8 starts this year. On the board 6 times. Classified.
Post 9.
Post position number 9 for Classified for trainer Matt Bax. Louis Waugh got the driving assignment tonight. Had an inside starting spot in the second elimination. Finished 4th. Goes towards the outside of the gate for the final. Post position number 9. Dream for Peace is next.
Post 6.
Post 6 for the Sean Stacy trained Dream for Peace. Mark McDonald does the driving. 5th place finisher in elimination number 2 gets into the final. All right, 2 to go. Best of luck to those that remain. Touched by an Angel is next.
Post 4.
Post position number 4 for Touched by an Angel. Just got nailed late in that second elimination. Raced well once again. Ultra consistent this season. And Touched by an Angel goes for Dwayne Marfisi, Doug McNair in the bike, post 4. So that means Green Arrow Hanover.
Post 10.
Post 10. So tough for everyone that had to sweat through that one, waiting to see who would end up with the outside. Unfortunately for Team Stacy, it will be them. Post position number 10, but everybody's got to get on the gate, and you got to make something happen in the final. Bob McClure did the driving. Green Arrow Hanover competed in that first elimination, finished 4th. So there is the field for the Good Times final. $240,000 is the purse. 3-year-old Schrotters, part of Pepsi North America Cup Night 2026, coming up next Saturday. More eliminations, including the big race tomorrow night, but we continue on with the Friday program.
Here's the rundown from race 7 from the top. It's 6:10.3, 2:8.4, 5:19, 7 on the bottom. We're moving on to race 8. You can see just in behind the graphic, they're heading out to the track. We've got a post break coming up next to start the late pick 4. Scratch the 5 and 6. Both vet sick. The also eligible does not draw in. Let's meet the field for race 8. Number 1 is Southern Jazz. Tyler Jones drives for trainer Dustin Jones. Hutt Racing Stable owns. Sunset Lou 2, driven by Travis Collins, trained by Murray Brother for George and Greg Hunt. The 3 Blue 10 squared. Tyler Borth at the lines. Kevin Ben trains and owns with Dennis Chadwick. Number 4, Luhu. Steve Hudon drives and owns. Laura Toscani trains and owns. John Henderson also in on the ownership. 5 and 6 are both scratched. Number 7, Hall of Fear. Daryl Thiessen in the bike. Josh McKibben trains for Paul Batter and M&S Racing Stable Incorporated. Number 8, American Road Trip, driven by Doug McNair, trained by Greg McNair for Jim Fielding and Kevin McKinley. Mike Whalen driving 9, Ellington for trainer Walt Whalen. Christopher Nicol owns. And number 10, D.A. Bodacious. Louis Waugh between the wheels. Seamus Quill trains for Bill Donovan. That's your field for the 8th race to start tonight's late pick 4 in about 5 minutes.
They're on track here as we get set for race number 8. We're going to be scratched down to a field of 8 in this spot. The current 9-5 favorite is going to be American Road Trip. I think it's safe to say the favorite likely would have been Amicable had he been racing, but unfortunately he won't be racing here tonight. But American Road Trip, your current 9-5 choice. I didn't expect them to take favorite status even with the scratch, but maybe second time Lasix is the appeal here. But that's quite the drop off, 78-1 to now 2-1 favorite. I didn't see that happening.
No, me neither. I didn't even use him in here, and second start Lasix is usually my angle, but I didn't see enough out of the first start Lasix to throw him up in here. I mean, obviously Amicable being scratched really, really changes things up, but I think that there's liver horses in here. I think D.A. Bodacious raced extremely well last week. He made a big move, made the front. Just unfortunately, that Don't Envy Me Hanover sat on his back and was able to get the best of him, but I think he raced great.
Yeah, it was hard for me to tell whether this Dave Bodacious was maybe trying to pull up on the lead, or maybe if it was just a situation where he hasn't been there. I don't know if it was...
I think
don't
he just
know.
got tired.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, big move, and then he just got a little weak on the end.
Yeah, his gait hasn't always been that great, though.
No.
I mean, that's the thing, but I'm curious to see where he's going to get away from the tunnel, because he's not the easiest to get off the car, but I agree with you, Randy. I mean, off an effort like that, you have to figure that he's going to have every opportunity, to convert here. 9-2, you're getting an inflated price because of the outside draw. I think that this is a horse that should have every opportunity. You mentioned Hall of Fear. He's the second choice right now at 7-2. His effort was eye-catching 2 back. Can't say it was the same last time out, but I think this is a horse that definitely, if he reverts to that May 22nd effort, he'll be tough.
He was flying that May 22nd, and then last week it just seemed like he should have had that big move, but he really didn't, And I kind of thought, too, right on the end of his mile, he got kind of greenish. Looked like he was, veering, sort of sideways and that. He just didn't seem to, be moving forward at that point. But maybe, again, might have been looking at a horse that was just tired.
I understand the appeal or the support that Sunset Lou is taking, but this is also a horse that I think can pick up a pretty big piece, but I think we've seen it enough through the 9 starts. I don't think this is a horse that wants to go by right now.
I got him in for 4th, even before the scratches. I think that his form is really, really good right now, but I don't look at him as a win candidate, the same as you.
Yeah, just one that I think can definitely pick up a piece, but he has taken a lot of support here in this spot. I've always liked this Ellington. I think he's put forth some sneaky good efforts. He's got another outside draw to work with. I mean, the scratches definitely might help his case, but likely just a player underneath, I'd have to say.
Yeah, this is an amazing kind of a tall, dark stranger out of a Captain Treacherous mare. Talk about 2, amazing pacing sires going to team up with Ellington. He does show ability, at times in that, but the 0 for 8 9-hole to work with in here tonight. I'm going to take a wait and see.
A horse you've always talked highly about is this son of Dancing Lou Hu. The trips haven't always worked out. He hasn't always gotten away in great spots, but I'm surprised you don't have him underneath here tonight.
I mean, again, you know, when Amicable was still involved in here,
Yeah.
I just kind of like, there was just a few that I liked a little bit better. I like this guy. The only thing that I don't like about him is what you were just saying. He gets away in such bad spots, and he has so much ground to make up. When he gets into some deeper horses like this that have the ability to get out of there, I just think it's going to kind of put him in a bad zone.
I have no idea what's going on with Blue 10 Square, but I've seen some good efforts from this son of Century Pharaoh in the past. I think he's been in good spots over especially 2 starts back, and he just had absolutely nothing to offer. I wonder if something's going amiss with him, because I think there's more to what he's shown his last 2.
I think he's a horse that maybe he's tasted blood.
Okay.
I mean, how could you qualify? Look so good at the end of your 2-year-old year. He was just doing nothing but right. Qualifies amazing coming back, and then both races are stinkers.
Race number 8 to kick off our late pick 4. Just about set to go as they line up behind the gate here. Field of 8 now with a couple of scratches in our ideal starting spots. The 5 and 6 are both out. So outside 4 going to shuffle down to much more manageable positions. We're set to go now. Lined up at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Southern Jazz missing the start a few lengths, gapping from the rail, and away they go. They're often pacing. Chased out of their inside is Sunset Lou, along with Blue 10 Squared, Hall of Fear, and McNair's got American Road Trip put into play as well, but Cullen's going to be the quickest to the first turn with Sunset Lou. Sunset Lou speeds out of there with Hall of Fear pocketing up. American Road Trip takes a seat in third. Blue 10 Squared fourth. Tucking fifth now is D.A. Bodacious in front of Lou Hu, and then that one's being followed by Ellington, and further back now off stride is Southern Jazz. 26 and 2 opening quarter. Sunset Lou leads the way. A length and a quarter in front of Hall of Fear and American Road Trip next. Blue 10 Squared at a big price is fourth. D.A. Bodacious tracks that one fifth. Then it's Lou Hu, Ellington, and much further back Southern Jazz. Heading towards the midway check-in, Sunset Lou the leader. Hall of Fear the pocket rider. American Road Trip, the slight favorite, is third. Brought out of fifth on the attack. D.A. Bodacious. He'll have to do it first over. Second over, Lou Hu. Inside shuffle, Blue 10 Squared. Ellington will swing to the outside as well. Half was 55 and 4 for Sunset Lou, still the leader. Hall of Fear in second. D.A. Bodacious inching closer. Now on the outside, a length and a half away. And towed into a nice contending spot is Lou Hu, second over. Inside fifth for American Road Trip, then Ellington and Blue 10 Squared. A little rough on that last turn. That's D.A. Bodacious. Out of the pocket is Hall of Fear. 124 and 1 3/4, and Hall of Fear goes around Sunset Lou. American Road Trip into second here and about 3 away from the new leader. Hall of Fear inside of an 8, on top by a couple. American Road Trip in pursuit second, but will have to settle there because Hall of Fear is gone. Hall of Fear will win, holding on to second. That was American Road Trip from Ellington third and 152. Seven, eight, nine, 4 unofficial.
Here's the winner of the 8th race now back in front of us. Number 7, Hall of Fear. Through Bay Cool by Sports Writer out of the Cambest and Marietta Hall. Is owned by Paul Batter and M&S Racing Stable Incorporated. Trained by Josh McKibben. Driven to victory by Daryl Thiessen. Our young fans are back out for another photo op, this time with Hall of Fear, who breaks his maiden in start number 3. 152. Nice mark for Hall of Fear. Here are the payouts from race 8. 7, Hall of Fear, $6, $350, $270. Second 8, American Road Trip, $330, $280. Third 9, Ellington, $420. $2 exacta, $1960 try, $45.35. $1 super pays $166.60. $2 double, $134.70. Pick 3, $488.60. 39,000 plus, wagered in the late pick 4, just under 8,900 moves on. Pick 5, 2 legs to go, 110.52 remains. And we already know we're in a carryover situation for that pick 6. Now lined up at the top of the stretch. Here they come. Southern Jazz missing the start a few lengths, gapping from the rail, and away they go. They're off and pacing. Chased out of their inside is Sunset Lou, along with Blue 10 Squared, Hall of Fear, and McNair's got American Road Trip put into play as well, but Cullen's going to be the quickest to the first turn with Sunset Lou. Sunset Lou speeds out of there with Hall of Fear pocketing up. American Road Trip takes a seat in third, Blue 10 Squared fourth. Tucking fifth now is D.A. Bodacious in front of Lou Who, and then that one's being followed by Ellington, and further back now off stride is Southern Jazz. 26 and 2 opening quarter. Sunset Lou leads the way. A length and a quarter in front of Hall of Fear and American Road Trip next. Blue 10 Squared at a big price is fourth. D.A. Bodacious tracks that one fifth. Then it's Lou Who, Ellington, and much further back Southern Jazz. Heading towards the midway check-in, Sunset Lou the leader. Hall of Fear the pocket rider. American Road Trip, the slight favorite, is third. Brought out of fifth on the attack. D.A. Bodacious. You'll have to do it first over. Second over, Lou Who. Inside shuffle, Blue 10 Squared. Ellington will swing to the outside as well. Half was 55 and 4 for Sunset Lou. Still the leader. Hall of Fear in second. D.A. Bodacious inching closer. Now on the outside, a length and a half away. And towed into a nice contending spot is Lou Who, second over. Inside fifth for American Road Trip, then Ellington and Blue 10 Squared. A little rough on that last turn. That's D.A. Bodacious. Out of the pocket is Hall of Fear, 124 and 1 3/4, and Hall of Fear goes around Sunset Lou. American Road Trip into second here and about 3 away from the new leader. Hall of Fear inside of an 8th, on top by a couple. American Road Trip in pursuit second, but will have to settle there because Hall of Fear is gone. Hall of Fear will win, holding on to second. That was American Road Trip from Ellington third and 152. Finish order from race 8. From the top, it's 8, 7, 6, 4, scratch, scratch, 1, 2, 3, 5 on the bottom. Race number 9 up next. No changes. Post time in 10 minutes. Here's the field for the 9th race. Number 1 is Zip Me Up. James McDonald drives. David King trains for William Brown, Paul Kelly, Jamie Trotta, Gary Adair. Bruce Richardson drives, trains, co-owns number 2, Like Chaos. Joe Coffey in on the ownership. 3 is Love You to the Moon and Back. Blake McIntosh trains for Clancy Farms with Tyler Borth driving. Bob McClure aboard 4 PL Sapphire for trainer Katie Huskinson. Princely Acres and PL Gillone. Number 5, you guessed it, driven by Tyler Jones, is trained by Dustin Jones for Dustin Jones Stables Incorporated and Golden Bear Racing. PC Peterbilt 6, Louis Waugh at the lines for owner-trainer Melissa Loyer. We're going to go to 8, She's a Manalishi next. Trevor Henry in tow, Kyle Boston's for Jolden Ontario Incorporated. And number 9, Mr. Magic, Jonathan Drury. Carmen Osiello trains for Triple S Equine. Travis Cullen drives the 10, Maid of Magic for owner-trainer Dean Wall. And of the track now, number 7, talk show host Daryl Thiessen, between the wheels for owner-trainer Mary Lemberg. That's your group of trotters for race 9. It's coming up in 5 minutes.
Going to switch to the trot here for race number 9. And speaking of trot, we saw a pretty good trot race. We saw some pretty good trotters, I should say, up at the Meadowlands. A lot of Hambletonian eligibles, especially specifically being Apex and Diabolic Hill, who were 2nd and 3rd respectively. But how good was Apex runner-up effort tonight?
I mean, what was going on around the last
I have no
turn
idea.
when he couldn't even keep up to his cover, and then all of a sudden, halfway down the lane, look out! I mean, he was just like a blur. He was coming so fast.
Yeah.
Who's the one that you said that actually got some ability? The one Emil
American Power, yeah.
Yeah, he looked. That was a big mile.
Under the radar, always put forth good efforts. Was never one of the ones talked about heavily in that division, but he's out of the great Ariana G. This is a royally bred colt who right now is developing a lot of confidence. I thought Apex did race the best in that race, but nevertheless, it's exciting times. We get excited when we get to watch top horses in the division, because we're going to get a look at tomorrow at plenty of top horses in their respective divisions as well.
We love it.
All right, we're going to move on to race number 9. Wide open betting board here. The lukewarm favorite is going to be the 4-horse PL Sapphire. Let's start off with her, because I didn't expect her to take favorite status here tonight, especially off a miscue.
No, I didn't see that either. Did throw her in on the bottom. I think that she's been good on the end of most of her miles. Maybe not so much 2 starts back, but that was this time that Tyler kind of changed things up a little bit with her. She ended up getting parked at the half in 56. If anything, in my theory, she should have come back strong. Maybe she came back a little too strong because it was the rail that put her off stride. And we don't often see her going off stride. So I'm thinking to myself, was she just too keyed up with the rail, and that's why she come out of there on the run? She looks fantastic out there. I think that 5-2 is a beautiful number on her.
Your top selection is going to be the rail starter Zip Me Up. I tell you what, this is a horse that has put forth really, really good efforts over his last few tries, and he definitely caught my attention at the stretch last time out. And so long as he works out a good trip, I don't see why he can't be a big factor.
I'm thinking he can kind of work out more or less the same kind of a trip, only maybe be a little bit closer. I'm thinking that Mr. Magic's going to come out of there, Zip Me Up. Now, there might be a few flies in the ointment. The one I think that's going to come out of there that could cause some problems for these other ones is the 3-horse. Love You to the Moon and Back. Light Chaos is also another horse that can leave out of there. So I'm just hoping that somehow or another James is able to get him out of there, get him the same trip as what he got last week, like not leaving the rail, but staying a little bit closer.
It's amazing, though, because we saw this with Madrid. The horse, the mare who got the job done last week, was at double-digit odds. And here's Mr. Magic, who converted last time out, has been a staple at this level. Right now at 9-2. It's not like he's double digits, but still, there's a lot of other horses taking more support than this Carmasiello training.
Yeah, and usually, in this class, he's printed money, and there's not a whole lot of, I don't think, a whole lot of big leaving ability in here, and he's got lots. So if he gets himself into a good spot, Mr. Magic could easily come back with the big double up win.
I like the price on my top selection here, PC Peterbilt. He's going to be my spot play here tonight. Look, you kind of mentioned it on the pre-show, a bit of a funky gait, but I think this is a horse who, if he has a target to chase, I think is going to be better suited with that kind of a trip. He never trotted a quarter slower than 29 seconds. They were all sub 29 quarters in those first 3. I think this was a horse that just got a bit too tired.
Yeah, that could be. He was kind of working against himself last week. He wasn't doing it smooth. So I could see him get better. Got a good post to work with, and I've said it all along. If a horse is just kind of racing one way and you go out and change their style, sometimes you'll blow them loose.
That was the fastest mile he's trotted in quite some time. And like you mentioned, you've mentioned several times, when they get tired, they'll come back, especially with the tripped out effort.
Yeah.
They'll be really good.
They will.
You mentioned it last year. I've seen it time and time again, lots of times at the Meadowlands as well. So
yeah, for sure. It's an old tactic.
What do you make of, you guessed it here, made a miscue last time? He's taken some support, though.
Yeah, I thought he was just a little too live last start. He looks
Okay.
like he's a little calm and a little more calm going up to the gate tonight.
All right, they're going to get set here for race number 9. This is our last pick 3 opportunity of the evening. Good luck.
Field of 10 on the trot for race number 9. Good looking betting board. Favoritism now going to the one Zip Me Up at 5-2. PL Sapphire still getting plenty of play at 3-1. Now 5-2 for her as well. 4-1 on the 9. And in the center, you guessed it, a PC Peterbilt getting support as well. You guessed it, the one on a break. Does quickly reset, then back into a break again. Away they go, off and trotting. Another miscue. BL Sapphire has jumped it off. So 4 and 5, both with early breaks. Inside speed from Like Chaos and Levy to the Moon and back. Outside speed by She's a Manalishi and PC Peterbilt. Wide into the opening turn they go. It's Levy to the Moon and back, looking to cross over in front of Like Chaos. She's a Manalishi now 2 wide. On cover, second over PC Peterbilt. Then 4 more to Mr. Magic, who's 5th after a 27-2 opening quarter. Zip Me Up trot 6th in front of Talk Show Host 7th. In 8th, it's Made of Magic, further back to the Miscuers, who have both reset, you guessed it, and PL Sapphire. PC Peterbilt, funky gated, but trying to clear ahead of She's a Manalishi. And PC Peterbilt maybe will find his way to the front. And no, onto a break he goes. We could see that coming. She's a Manalishi back to the lead. 3 more to Love It to the Moon and back. Then a Like Chaos. Swinging to the outside is Mr. Magic. Zip Me Up, able to get to the outer flow as well. In front of Talk Show Host, and then Made of Magic. Half was 55-2. They've got 3/8 to go. And a 3-length leading She's a Manalishi on top. Mr. Magic, though, quickly accelerating. Now a length away. So called on by Henry on the lead is She's a Manalishi. Mr. Magic just about on even terms outside. Love You to the Moon and back, angling off of the pylons in front of Zip Me Up, who gapped on the final turn, won 24 2 3/4. She's a Manalishi inside, trying to battle back. Mr. Magic on the outside. Then wide for Love You to the Moon and back, even wider, Zip Me Up. Like Chaos in behind them, and Talk Show Host as Mr. Magic takes over. Love You to the Moon and back, continuing to close here for Borth, and Zip Me Up now starting to find a better stride. But Mr. Magic's got the jump, and Drury, Mr. Magic will go on to win by nearly 3. Zip Me Up was second. Love You to the Moon and back third. She's a Manalishi fourth, 153-1 for Mr. Magic. (9-1-3-8) unofficial. As the 11-year-old Mr. Magic is returning to the Mohawk Park winner's circle. Back-to-back wins for the 11-year-old Bay Gelding by Cadabra, who's out of the Duke of York Dam, Daylon Mistress. Winning owner, Triple S Equine. Carmen Osielo's the winning trainer, and Jonathan Drury in the bike for the winning effort. Mr. Magic, now 4 for 23 this year. It's the 47th career victory. Mr. Magic's latest, and 153-1. That's the new season's best. Ninth race payouts. Number 9, Mr. Magic, 1060, 610, 430. Second, number 1, Zip Me Up, $5, 440. Third to the 3, Love You to the Moon and Back, 760. $2 Exacta, 65 even. Dollar Try, 183.70. $1 Super pays 1,560.05. $2 Double, 61.70. Dollar Pick 3, 456.10. And we have got a Pick 6 carryover to a great-looking Saturday program. The Pick 6 wager starts in race 4 with a carryover of more than $6,000. 1,300 plus still live in the Pick 4. Just $18.69 remains live in the late Pick 5. Guessed it, one on a break. Does quickly reset, then back into a break again. Away they go, off and trotting. Another miscue. BL Sapphire has jumped it off. So 4 and 5, both with early breaks. Inside Speed from Like Chaos and Love You to the Moon and Back. Outside Speed by She's a Manalishi and PC Peterbilt. Wide into the opening turn they go. It's Love You to the Moon and Back looking to cross over in front of Like Chaos. She's a Manalishi now 2 wide. On cover, second over PC Peterbilt. Then 4 more to Mr. Magic, who's 5th after a 27-2 opening quarter. Zip Me Up trots 6th in front of Talk Show Host 7th. In 8th, it's Made of Magic. Further back to the Miscuers, who have both reset, you guessed it, and PL Sapphire. PC Peterbilt, funky gated, but trying to clear ahead of She's a Manalishi. And PC Peterbilt maybe will find his way to the front. And no, onto a break he goes. We could see that coming. She's a Manalishi back to the lead. 3 more to Love You to the Moon and Back. Then a Like Chaos. Swinging to the outside is Mr. Magic. Zip Me Up. Able to get to the outer flow as well. In front of Talk Show Host. And then Made of Magic. Half was 55-2. They've got 3/8 to go. And a 3-length leading She's a Manalishi on top. Mr. Magic, though, quickly accelerating. Now a length away. So called on by Henry on the lead is She's a Manalishi. Mr. Magic just about on even terms outside. Love You to the Moon and Back angling off of the pylons in front of Zip Me Up, who gapped on the final turn. 124 2 3/4. She's a Manalishi inside trying to battle back. Mr. Magic on the outside. Then wide for Love You to the Moon and Back. Even wider, Zip Me Up. Like Chaos in behind them and Talk Show Host as Mr. Magic takes over. Love You to the Moon and Back continuing to close here for Borth, and Zip Me Up now starting to find a better stride. But Mr. Magic's got the jump, and Drury, Mr. Magic will go on to win by nearly 3. Zip Me Up was second. Love You to the Moon and Back third. She's a Manalishi fourth. 153-1 for Mr. Magic. Race 9 finish order reads from the top 2-6-3, 10-9-8, 7-4-1, 5 on the bottom. We're off to race 10 next. Kick off our late double with no changes. Post time in 11 minutes. Leading off parade for race 10, number 1, Awesome Hill. Louis Waugh on the bike. Chantel Mitchell trains for Mitchell DiCenzo. Bob McClure driving 2, Perfectly Chic. John Pentland trains and owns with Steve Mihalik and a numbered company, Ontario Incorporated. The 3, Twinbee Empress. Doug McNair on the bike. Corey Giles for Mario Villani, Verinder Gillam, Michelle Letarte. 4 is One Last Bet. Daryl Thiessen for owner-trainer Mike Kwiatkowski. Western Wish, number 5, is driven by J.R. Plant. Carmen Osiello trains for Aaron Waxman, Santo Annunzio Venna. The 6, Shoot the Whiskey. Travis Cullen drives, also owns with Paul Sanders and Triple J Stables, the trainer Jody Cullen. John Pentland sends out the 7, Swift Talker for Hut Racing Stable, James McDonald and the Sulky. Only the Good Die Young 8's driven by Phil Hudon, owned and trained by Doug High. And 9 on the outside, Stellar Manipulation, the driver Travis Henry. Josh McKibben trains for M&S Racing Stable Incorporated and Paul Batter. That's your field race 10, kicking off tonight's late double in about 6 minutes.
There's a look at the starters here for race number 10, and there's a look at Awesome Hill right now at 20-1. I can't say the recent form has been eye-catching whatsoever, but this is a mare who's pretty familiar with these surroundings, and she's back in a barn where she's had plenty of success here. It wouldn't surprise me if she popped up with a big effort, and you think highly of her tonight.
I got her in for third. Okay. I got my reasons for it, but I'm kind of interested in how you feel about her because you're more of a of a handicapper sort of a person. So I'm asking you as a handicapper. You know what she was doing when she left here. You see what she's doing now. What do you do with her?
Yeah, the thing is the competition that she was taking on at Rosecroft versus what she's going to face here, much different. But again, do you want to back her based off class and being back in a barn where she's had a lot of success, or do you just kind of want to go based off what we've seen from her over her last 15 tries? That's the thing. You got to go form versus class. I mean, for you, if you're driving this mare for the first time since being back in Ontario, what are you doing? How are you approaching this race?
Well, I mean, your biggest news is going to be talking to your trainer. How is she? But here's what I like about her, John, is the fact that, I mean, I'm in agreement with you. She's not racing against good horses right now, but she gets her last race is May the 14th. So there's been almost a month between when she was purchased and now. I'm saying that maybe Chantel, has took the thinking cap off or whatever and put her back on the same regime that she was on before. And, maybe we will see the same results.
Yeah, this is one I'm definitely waiting to take a wait-and-see approach. You used her for third, but you used her on your pick 5 ticket. I did not. I opted to leave her off and say, let me wait for a start or two, but she's 20-1, 21-1. If you feel like taking a poke, I mean, this is a mare definitely worth backing on a bit of a flyer. But there's our top selection, Randy, the 2-horse Perfectly Chic. Look, just one on the board finish in 7 tries. She's taken on some tough company. She's made enough money in her career where she had to kind of get thrown into the wolves early on. I can't say the effort was great. I know she was against tough mares in London, but she just didn't really offer much late in the mile. She's better than that.
That's what I'm keep waiting for. Like, when does she, I mean, she looks good out there. When does she start to become Perfectly Chic again? I mean, she had a kick there that few horses could hold off. Now it just doesn't seem like she's got as much interest in that big kick. I'm going to throw her in. It's a big drop down. She gets away from a lot of that tougher company that she's been racing against. And if you go down to her bottom, John, on April the 18th, I know it was quite a while ago, but that was in non-winners of 9,000, just a class above this. And that was actually one of her best starts. So maybe she's just been, hooking too tough of company.
And that's the thing. You know what? I know the company's been tough, and maybe she's hit the board once, but again, the efforts have been good. She's been live on the end of it. Aside from last week, she's been live on the end of it, and I think a testament of that is they did a great job managing her last year, right? When they had to race against aged mares in between those golds. What they did is they kind of kept her kind of hidden and kept her sharp. But she's 8-5, I think, for good reason. She stands out here on class alone, but I do think there's some other options maybe you can, or alternatives, I should say, like Twinbee Empress. How sharp is she right now, entering another new barn here for Corey Giles?
Yeah, I mean, she was racing good for Dave Maneri, But I honestly think she was racing even better for Montini. I think that she really came to life in his barn. And now, Corey Giles, to me, again, you're looking at more or less a lateral move. You know what I mean? Like, they're all pretty sharp guys, Montini, Maneri, and Corey Giles. So I think she's going to race good in here. I got her in for second.
Yeah, like you said, look at the tale of 2 seasons. 1 win in 22 starts, 5 wins in 10 starts this year with 4 second-place finishes. So you're right. This is a mare that's razor sharp. What do you make of Shoot the Whiskey? She's dropping out of the Fillies and Mares Open. When she's on her game, she can be a contender here.
Absolutely. Threw her in on the bottom. I think this is a big drop down for her. But again, I just don't really see her as a win candidate to change things up.
Anyone else in here that you think maybe can throw a wrench into this race? We know mares like Western Wish can put forth pretty good effort. Swift Talker, we've seen race good as of late. Is there anyone that you think can kind of throw a wrench into things?
Well, I mean, the only thing that maybe Swift Talker simply because James. Sometimes, James jumps up on one first time and they get the job done.
I think for me, the biggest thing I'm curious to see here tonight, now the 8-5 choice with the way that, she's been racing aside from last week, do you almost say you got to give this mare a shot on the engine and switch things up race-wise tonight? What's your opinion with
Perfectly Chic? Yeah, I wouldn't bother me, to go out of there with her, and if you can catch the right one, let it go. If not, then just keep on going.
We'll find out very soon. They go to the gate here for race number 10. This kicks off the late double. Good luck.
And the rain has started here in the Campbellville area. Pretty steady right now, supposed to continue through the night, but hopefully clear out in time for tomorrow's great program. We're set to go for the 10th race. They're at the start now, and there they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving out of their one last bet with Twinbee Empress. Cullen's now onto the scene with Shoot the Whiskey, and from the rail into the top 4, Awesome Hill. Perfectly Chic will follow her, then Western Wish. We're back to Swift Talker, Only the Good Die Young, and Stellar Manipulation. Single file to the first bend with Shoot the Whiskey, lining them up early. Twinbee Empress, the even money favorite in the pocket for now, in front of one last bet, third and Awesome Hill, then fourth, 27-2 opening quarter. Perfectly Chic is fifth as McNair's out of the pocket with Twinbee Empress to come after Shoot the Whiskey. Further back, we see Western Wish, then Swift Talker, Only the Good Die Young, and Stellar Manipulation. Here's Twinbee Empress taking over from Shoot the Whiskey and one last bet third. Awesome Hill fourth, first up out of fifth. McClure on the move with Perfectly Chic. Western Wish catches her cover. Swift Talker third over from the back. And then Only the Good Die Young and Stellar Manipulation. Halfway home is Twinbee Empress there in 56-3. Shoot the Whiskey, the early leader. On the helmet second up to third. Perfectly Chic continues her first over bid. Western Wish towed into contention with just over 3/8 to go. Inside fifth is one last bet caught in. Third over is Swift Talker. She's up to sixth. And then it's a pinned in Awesome Hill shuffled back to the last pair. Only the Good Die Young and Stellar Manipulation just over a quarter of a mile for Twinbee Empress. She leads by about 3/4 of a length to Perfectly Chic, who's pressing on the outside. 125 to the third panel. Shoot the Whiskey in behind the leader, looking to re-rally. She'll try the inside road as Twinbee Empress is out to about the 2 path, but she's clear by maybe 3 now. It's Twinbee Empress on top and pacing away from her rivals here. Twinbee Empress, new barn, same result. Another W for Twinbee Empress, this time by about 3. Perfectly Chic first over, second in front of Shoot the Whiskey, and Swift Talker 152-1 for Twinbee Empress. Winner of the 10-3, Twinbee Empress. Returning a winner yet again. 5-year-old bay mare by Always Be Mickey out of the Rock and Roll Heaven Dam. Twinbee Exquisite. She's owned now by Mario Volani, Verinder Gill, and Michelle Attar with Corey Giles training. Doug McNair stays aboard Twinbee Empress and guides her to her 3rd in a row and her 6th overall this year in 11 tries. 13th career score, 152-1 for even money favorite, Twinbee Empress. Race 10 payouts, 3 Twinbee Empress, 410, 240, 210. Second, 2 Perfectly Chic, 270, 210. Third, 6 Shoot the Whiskey, $3. $2 exact, $8.90. Try, $11.40. Super, $41.55. $2 double pays $33.20. A $1 pick 3 returned $52.10. $1 late pick 5, $8,245.05. 528.07 live in the pick 4 heading to the final leg. tonight, but hopefully clear out in time for tomorrow's great program. We're set to go for the 10th race. They're at the start now, and there they go. They're off and pacing. And leaving out of their one last bet with Twinbee Empress. Cullen's now onto the scene with Shoot the Whiskey, and from the rail into the top 4, Awesome Hill. Perfectly Chic will follow her, then Western Wish. We're back to Swift Talker, Only the Good Die Young, and Stellar Manipulation. Single file to the first bend with Shoot the Whiskey, lining them up early. Twinbee Empress, the even money favorite in the pocket for now, in front of one last bet, third and Awesome Hill, then fourth, 27-2 opening quarter. Perfectly Chic is fifth as McNair's out of the pocket with Twinbee Empress to come after Shoot the Whiskey. Further back we see Western Wish, then Swift Talker, Only the Good Die Young, and Stellar Manipulation. Here's Twinbee Empress taking over from Shoot the Whiskey, and one last bet third. Awesome Hill fourth, first up out of fifth. McClure on the move with Perfectly Chic. Western Wish catches her cover. Swift Talker third over from the back, and then Only the Good Die Young and Stellar Manipulation. Halfway home is Twinbee Empress there in 56-3. Shoot the Whiskey, the early leader, on the helmet second up to third. Perfectly Chic continues her first over bid. Western Wish towed into contention with just over 3/8 to go. Inside fifth is one last bet caught in. Third over is Swift Talker. She's up to sixth. And then it's a pinned in Awesome Hill shuffled back to the last pair. Only the Good Die Young and Stellar Manipulation just over a quarter of a mile for Twinbee Empress. She leads by about 3/4 of a length to Perfectly Chic, who's pressing on the outside. 125 to the third panel. Shoot the Whiskey in behind the leader, looking to re-rally. She'll try the inside road as Twinbee Empress is out to about the 2 path, but she's clear by maybe 3 now. It's Twinbee Empress on top and pacing away from her rivals here. Twinbee Empress, New Barn, same result. Another W for Twinbee Empress, this time by about 3. Perfectly Chic first over, second in front of Shoot the Whiskey, and Swift Talker 152-1 for Twinbee Empress. Race 10 finish order 9-1, 7-5, 3, 4, 6, 8 on the bottom. We're off to our 11th and final next. Jackpot High 5 carryover, swelling to more than 93,000. The one last wish goes flip-flops to steal up front tonight. 13 minutes till post.
One minute to go before we wrap up this Friday night program. We've seen some good efforts here tonight, Randy. We've seen some heavy favorites get beat. We've seen some other horses race really, really well and put forth some pretty good efforts. But nice little segue in what's going to be tomorrow. We got a carryover in the pick six going into a loaded card tomorrow night. So we're going to get a little bit of everything tomorrow. Some great talent and some good wagering opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. 13 races, so we're going to have
13.
We'll have 3 pick fives and a pick 6. So lots of multis, lots of ways to spread the money around.
Yeah, and we also got a chance to shake out some of the finals already. We got the draw for the good times. We got the draw for the Armbro flight as well. So no eliminations needed for that. They went straight to the final. So 11 horses. So somebody had to draw the dreaded second tier, and it was unfortunately Miracle Maven, a Ron Burke trainee, who has been sharp, in a couple starts this year. But the 11 hole is going to be awfully tough.
It's going to make it tough for her, because look who's got the rail.
Stormont Beautiful.
He usually doesn't have big gate speed from the rail.
Bravo Angel's been razor sharp. She draws post state. But I tell you what, Warwi Michelle and Yo Tilly, these are, 2 of the horses I think that are big-time contenders in this spot as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a good bunch in there. I mean, I'm kind of looking forward, to tell you the truth, I'm kind of looking forward to see Mona Lishi back again.
Yeah.
Sometimes they come back to their home, their home stable, home, their stall, their paddock or whatever. They get a little better.
Yeah, and obviously some other horses that we're excited to watch and compete. Dial Square, who was the winner last year in the Armbro flight with James McDonald, he's going to be reacquainted with her. Here's a look at the good times. Strobe Light drawing the rail. Royal Captain drawing the outside. I know you liked his effort here tonight, but Touched by an Angel. We talked about, Randy, you race good on a limb, but you could get maybe rewarded with a poor draw. It was between 4 and 10, and thank God he drew 4 because that's a horse that deserved to draw well, in my opinion.
I completely agree with you. And I mean, it's a real nice looking group there. And I'm not saying that he's going to be my pick, but I'll tell you one that really impressed me tonight, and I think's flying a little bit under the radar, is the 6-horse Dream for Peace.
You know what?
That guy had some good pop on the end of it.
He's been very good this year.
Has.
He hasn't been talked about much, but how good has he been against Strobe Light on a couple of occasions? He's actually been razor sharp. I completely agree with you. So there's a look at the draws, but there's a look at our selections here in race number 11.
You and I are reaching.
Randy and I both lone wolfing here. Let's talk about your worth a look play here first. One last twist. We're getting a shoeing change, and this is a mare. You don't have to sell me on the class and the ability. She's definitely got it.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is the shoeing change. He's taken the flip-flops off her. That, to me, signals that he thinks her feet are good to go. She's taken the drop down. She's got the rail, which, I mean, I'm not real keen on it, but I don't think it's going to hurt her too much. But you know what I really like about it now is that we've gotten this rain. And I don't think that the track was sealed up. So I think we're going to have kind of a soft track, and I think that that'll help her feet.
I'm going to go with Ultimate Desby right now at 8-1. I didn't mind the qualifying efforts. I actually thought they were better than the lines indicate. James is going to pick up the drive on this daughter of Ultimate Machete. I think this is one that, again, I don't know what to expect from her. That's exactly why I highlighted her as, or labeled her as a worth a look. I just don't know what I'm going to expect.
Yeah, I mean, and you're getting a nice number. I mean, I'm getting 10-1. You're getting 8-1 right now. It looks like everybody's kind of focused in on Verity Blue Chip right now.
I think for good reason, right? Verity Blue Chip. She went through a lull. Spot. She was actually so dominant. I thought it didn't matter if she moved up in class. She could kind of continue to run the table, and then the bad efforts came in. But last week was an indication to me that she's back to putting forth some winning ways.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought that she was a lot better last week. I just don't think she could go with those horses before. You know what I mean?
Speaking of going with them, Tell's on a roll. We know when she's on her game, she can go with them for sure.
Absolutely. You know, if she's on her game, but 10-hole, on a nasty night, I mean, he might be looking for an easy one. Alviana beside her.
It's a good price.
Yeah, and talk about a horse that's racing really, really good right now. So, she could come up with something.
I know the line looks good on She's a Streaker. This is a mare who's fast, and she's adding Lasix coming into this outing. She looked to me a little bit, I wouldn't say tired, but I think Mark was asking her quite a bit, and Mark opts to go to Aviana here in this spot. One that wouldn't be surprised me if she put forth a winning effort, but I think I want to see one because I think the line looks better than the qualifier was.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that one too. And I kind of find with the Huntsvilles, I find when they come on a big track, they're better off with a one move sort of a deal as opposed to being on a half-mile track and being able to race them from anywhere.
Sunshine Magic, I think, definitely can pick up a piece. Good draw. And JD's putting them in good spots tonight.
He always does good with Sunshine Magic. He's a good fit when Travis can't drive her.
All right, that's going to wrap up our action here on this Friday night program. We're going to cut things short because, like you mentioned, we've got 13 races tomorrow night, a couple of North America Cup eliminations. We've got some other eliminations for some other high-profile stakes events. We get to see Bojangles in that elimination in what is probably, at this point, the most highly anticipated race in the year, and it's not a final, it's on a limb.
Isn't Bojangles the most famous standardbred in the world right now?
It certainly is.
Yeah, that's what I look at it, too.
All right, good night to everybody. Safe ride home if you're on track. Look forward to tomorrow night. It's going to be action-packed. Good luck.
Field for race 11 on parade. Number 1 is One Last Wish. Bob McClure in the bike. Ken Susi trains for Brian and Dr. David Legg. Ultimate Desby the 2. James McDonald aboard. Jacques Dupont for Écurie CSL. Number 4, Verity Blue Chip we'll see next. Doug McNair in tow. Greg McNair trains for Strideline Racing. My Bitcoin, the 5, is driven by Tyler Jones. Owned and trained by Clement Lauzon-Autier. Number 6, Sunshine Magic. The driver, Jonathan Drury. Jody Cullen trains for A1 Stable and Paul Sanders. 7, Matamax, driven by Daryl Thiessen, is trained by Gary Murner for owner Gino Toscani. Louis Waz aboard 8. She's a streaker. Seamus Quill trains for Bill Donovan. 9 in the field. Aviana gets Mark McDonald. Paul McDonnell trains for Haley Curry and Carol Campbell. Tells in a roll, number 10. Travis Cullen drives for trainer Jody Cullen. Paul Sanders A1 stable, Ron Cullen own. And parading last is 3, Seclusion with Trevor Henry. Between the wheels, Jacques Dupont trains for Écurie CSL and a numbered company, Quebec Incorporated. That's your field for the High Five finale. It's coming up in about 4 minutes. Starter now calls the field to the gate for race 11. As we put the finishing touches on a Friday 11 pack here. High five finale. Good luck if you're playing long in that wager. Group of 10, Verity Blue Chip, the big favorite at 4-5, off a runner-up finish in her latest. She'll drop down a notch here for Team McNair. 5-1 on the 2 Ultimate Desby. Another new one for Jacques Dupont and Ikari CSL from down under. Comes in with a couple of qualifiers. Rest of them on the board are double digits. It's post time, race 11. Starting gate with the field in behind now at the top of the stretch. Here they come. All on the gate. Here they go. And they're off and pacing in tonight's finale. Driving right out of there from the 6-hole Sunshine Magic. Set to join from the outside, She's a Streaker and Aviana. Also put into play as Tells on a Roll. So the outside post positions all into the early mix here. As She's a Streaker and Walk cross over to the pylons. Driving on is Aviana and Mark McDonald. Tucking third, Tells on a Roll. Sunshine Magic away fourth in front of Verity Blue Chip fifth, 26 flat opening quarter. Madam X next. Further back, it's One Last Wish, being tracked by My Bitcoin. Next to last, Ultimate Desby and Seclusion Trails. In the backstretch to 3/8 to go, chasing Aviana at 9-1 leads. She's a Streaker second, Tells and Roll third. Sunshine Magic is fourth. Angle to the outside, first up out of fifth is the 3-5 favorite, Verity Blue Chip. Following her, Madam X to the inside. One Last Wish saves ground. Third over from the back, My Bitcoin. Following her, Ultimate Desby to the inside. A Seclusion, 54 and 3 to the half for Aviana. She's a Streaker in the pocket. Verity Blue Chip is up to third, about 2.5 away, but stalling a bit here. Inside fourth, Tells on a Roll. Second over, fifth, Madam X. Pinned in a Sunshine Magic. Third over, My Bitcoin. From the back, Ultimate Desby. Then One Last Wish and Seclusion. 3/4 in 1:22 and 2. And it's Aviana turning for home. She's led throughout. Plugs are out now. She's got 2. On a pocket sitting, She's a Streaker who starts to back away. Verity Blue Chip still continuing her bid first over, and she's inching closer. McNair calling on Verity Blue Chip. McDonald trying to get everything he can out of Aviana. Aviana inside. Verity Blue Chip on the outside. Gets up. It's going to be Verity Blue Chip up in time over Aviana in 1:50 flat. Unofficial 49267. Winner race 11, number 4, Verity Blue Chip returns in front of us. The 5-year-old bay mare by Courtly Choice is out of the American Ideal Dam Onassis Blue Chip. She's owned by Strideline Racing, trained by Greg McNair, driven to victory by Doug McNair, who sweeps the late double. Verity Blue Chip now 4 for 8 this year. It's her 10th career score. It's a 150 flat lifetime best for Verity Blue Chip. 11-3's payouts. Number 4, Verity Blue Chip, 350, 250, 220. Second 9, Aviana, 650, 390. Third 2, Ultimate Desby, 380. 30.50 for the $2 exacta, 91.45 for a $1 try, 530.05 for the $1 super. Jackpot high 5 for a buck, 2,091.20. The carryover to Saturday's card, 103,246.19. 9.10 for the $2 late double. Dollar pick 3 is 25.60, and a $1 late pick 4 returned 127 even. Friday in the books. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Tomorrow, we welcome plenty of stakes action. It's part of a busy 13-race card that gets underway at 6:30. Saturday headlined by the undefeated Bojangles. He's one of 16 Glamour Boys, split into 2 Pepsi North America Cup eliminations. We've also got eliminations for the Fan Hanover Stakes and the Rosa Red, and a great undercard. Hopefully everybody can join us for that tomorrow. If not, tune in to your signal, whether it be through hpibet.com or other means. Enjoy the races and enjoy the rest of your Friday night here. We'll see everybody on Saturday. Good night. All on the gates. Here they go. And they're off and pacing in tonight's finale. Driving right out of there from the 6-hole Sunshine Magic. Set to join from the outside, She's a Streaker and Aviana. Also put into play as Tells on a Roll. So the outside post positions all into the early mix here. As She's a Streaker and Walk cross over to the pylons. Driving on is Aviana and Mark McDonald. Tucking third, Tells on a Roll. Sunshine Magic away fourth in front of Verity Blue Chip fifth, 26 flat opening quarter. Madam X next. Further back, it's One Last Wish, being tracked by My Bitcoin. Next to last, Ultimate Desby and Seclusion Trails. In the backstretch to 3/8 to go, chasing Aviana at 9-1 leads. She's a Streaker second, Tells and Roll third. Sunshine Magic is fourth. Angle to the outside, first up out of fifth is the 3-5 favorite, Verity Blue Chip. Following her, Madam X to the inside. One Last Wish saves ground. Third over from the back, My Bitcoin. Following her, Ultimate Desby to the inside. A Seclusion, 54 and 3 to the half for Aviana. She's a Streaker in the pocket. Verity Blue Chip is up to third, about 2.5 away, but stalling a bit here. Inside fourth, Tells on a Roll. Second over, fifth, Madam X. Pinned in is Sunshine Magic. Third over, My Bitcoin. From the back, Ultimate Desby. Then One Last Wish and Seclusion. 3/4 in 1:22 and 2. And it's Aviana turning for home. She's led throughout. Plugs are out now. She's got 2. On a pocket sitting, She's a Streaker who starts to back away. Verity Blue Chip still continuing her bid first over, and she's inching closer. McNair calling on Verity Blue Chip. McDonald trying to get everything he can out of Aviana. Aviana inside. Verity Blue Chip on the outside. Gets up. It's going to be Verity Blue Chip up in time over Aviana in 1:50 flat.
monster.